agenda. Okay, it's 5:30, so we're going to call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Dyson. Kepler. Here. Mitchell.
Yes.
Runge. Here. Wilkins. Here.
Okay, thanks for everybody for coming. The Open Meetings Act poster is on the wall back here. The board reserves the right to enter into closed session if deemed necessary for any item on the agenda per section 84-1410 of the Nebraska Revised Statutes. We're going to open up the public hearing at 5:30 for the 1 and 6th Street Improvement Plan.
I don't know if everybody knows me. My name is Tony Krasky. I'm the Cheyenne County Highway Superintendent, and along with that job, also comes an interlocal agreement you have with the Cheyenne County to do your 1 and 6 year plan, and I also serve as your street superintendent. So that's why I'm here, and I'm here to help get this 1 and 6 year plan taken care of. Now, I don't know if everybody understands why we have to go through this exercise that we're going through, but I'll do a real quick explanation of it. Back in the 60s, the state of Nebraska instituted a highway trust fund, and they kicked a couple cents gasoline tax, and they funded it. So that really was successful. From that highway trust fund, cities, villages, and the counties get money out of this trust fund yearly. But there is a set of rules that everybody has to conform to if you want to continue to receive this allocation. Part of those rules are, besides filing the appropriate papers during the year as they require, is having a 1 and 6 year plan. Why it's a 1 and 6, not a 1 and 5 or 1 and 10 year plan? You leave it up to the lawyers. I was going to say the lawyers, but the legislators, and you never know what you're going to get. So we got a 1 and 6 year plan. Anyway, the reason a lot of that happened was, some of you might have been alive back in the 60s and the 70s already, might remember. There was a lot more money available. In fact, I would say probably 60 to 70% of the paving that got done in all the small towns and villages and cities was done during that period of time, especially in the 70s, because a lot of projects were funded with a lot of participation by the state. We're talking 70-30 or 80-20. And on some special cases, 90-10. So you couldn't afford not to. And I'm talking about the city or the village only paid a small percentage. So a lot of stuff got done. Well, that money has since dried up. But the program hasn't. And the fact that there's money coming back to the villages and cities and stuff, that gives them the opportunity to still continue to carry on maintenance and try to preserve what they do have. Now, there are some stipulations to that, though. For the money you get, you must also, each entity must contribute an additional 25%. As an example, if they were to give you $10,000, you would have to contribute an additional $2,500 or 25%. So it becomes a pretty big deal. In this particular case, Village of Lodgepole gets about $40,000 a year. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. So you want to conform your, whatever the requirements and having your 1 and 6 year plan and stuff like that. I can't stand here and say, I know where there's any money for you to get streets. I know over the years, we've looked at McCall out here. And I know that because I helped kind of do the original estimates on that back when I was working for the engineering firm. There just isn't any money. Occasionally, in certain communities, through the Department of Agriculture, there's what they would call, a USDA loan. And I said loan. And what they want to do is, if you qualify, for the project, they want to loan you the money for the project. And then they say, depending on certain criteria, we may may give you back up to 50%. Well, I've never heard of that, 50%. But what they do is they go in and they take a look at the medium income level of the people, but that total program was meant for underdeveloped areas of across the rural America. So I wouldn't want to lead you on a wild goose chase here and think that you could get money from USDA, maybe get a 50-50 loan. I haven't heard of it happen. So anyway, I'm just telling you that so that I don't want to get your hopes up. There's money out there. But this is a plan. And actually the first page, you guys, folks on the council, that very first page is it's your health. It's the health of what you're doing. It's saying, are you maintaining it, what you're supposed to be doing? Are you fulfilling the qualifications? And that special qualification was putting in an additional 25%, contributing to 25%. And of course, that's what this says. If you look down the lower left-hand corner, it says that you not only did the 25%, you put in 135%. I know that seems high. It's because there was a problem that the state treasurer was holding back some of your allocation funds. So I don't know, anyway, that's up to the village to get that squared away. And I say just held back. They did not say you weren't going to get them. It was just a matter of getting that, whatever it was, that audit filed correctly or something. So anyway, it's another story. Okay, we go back to then, that's kind of the financial part of it. What a 1 and 6 year plan does is it basically, you say, what did we do last year? What did we accomplish? We accomplished maintenance, and whether it's filling chuck holes or whether it's doing the needed maintenance around, you've been taking care of that. That includes your street lighting and stuff like that. We also have another sheet that says, well, what are you going to do next year? Well, the next year we're going to continue with the maintenance. But we also have our 6 year plan, or our wish list, which is we have McCall Street on that. And the reason, for most of you, if you don't understand, McCall is a major thoroughfare for the produce that's north of the village here. They come drive into the elevator and stuff. You got a lot of trucks done during harvest and stuff. So anyway, that was of particular importance to the board. But being able to come up with that kind of money is pretty difficult. I mean, their only recourse, when you have a project of that size, would be to bond it or something like that, which means you're taking on another expense, and whether I don't know if the income for the village is high enough or not. And if not, they'd have to raise taxes, and that's very important. I think what is with me. So that's basically what a 1 and 6 year plan is. I can answer some questions if you'd like. Anybody have any particular questions? But pretty common, every town and village has to do it. I can tell you, if you don't do it, you have these things and stuff, they shut your money off. That's how they get your attention. And there's lots of things that come to a village in a city from the state that the treasurer can just shut it off, so. Anyway.
Quick question. Can you tell us what the cost on the call street is priced out on there now? What the price of doing the call street is on that sheet now?
The call was,
'Cause there's
well,
some
at the time, it was made out, which I'm gonna say was a little over 10 years ago, it was $400,000. So I would say it's double that by now. Just because of what's gone on the last few years. So we'd be probably looking at maybe, close to $800,000 to $1 million. And so most people are looking for ways to just maintain what they do have, just so that you don't lose your surface streets, like, pretty hard to replace it.
So this in here, it shows estimated cost.
That was when we first estimated,
So
that's 10,000.
Okay.
So is that changed?
And that
Or are you
was,
saying
that
that's
was about 10 years ago. That was,
This was 10 years.
yeah, 10 years ago. Just so that you know that.
So why isn't that not updated?
It just, we just an estimate,
Okay.
so that you would have a ballpark. That's just for the ballpark. Because that, you don't know that until you go to bid. It could be $1.5 million, But I can do that for you because
Is it helpful?
this is just a plan, And honestly, this isn't a contract, this isn't anything but a plan. And if you adopt it tonight and you want to change it tomorrow, you can. It's just a plan, just a plan. But back when there was a lot of money, the state said, "Oh, we're going to give you this money. We want you to have an idea where you're going to spend it." Well, they're not giving you as much money back then,
Okay, so this is contingent upon the state having most of it, and us having some of it.
Well, or if you get a grant, or, some people have heard of community development block grants. Well, those types of funding have been, for the last 5, 6, 7 years, have almost gone exclusively to mandated things like you're having trouble with your water supply for your village or your community, new wells or something like that, or wastewater, like your lagoons, you're having trouble, or you're not able to meet the state requirements. Well, they're mandating you do it, so you have a better chance of getting a community development block grant. And I think they have a maximum of $250,000, but it's, boy, there's a lot of hoops there to jump through to get those things. But, again, like I'm saying, when they get graded, to see who gets the grant, they just have, I haven't seen any paving get the grant for, like I said, over 10 years, so it's been always the mandated things. Paving isn't mandated, but fresh or safe water is mandated, and the clean US, the environmental people say you gotta have a clean sewer, that kind of stuff, or your wastewater ponds and stuff, just draining out untreated water or something, you've got lakes and streams. So anyway, that's the gist of that. Any other questions? If I confuse you completely?
Wouldn't it be
Oh.
beneficial to have this $380,000 estimated cost 10 years ago to be updated to more accurate numbers?
I mean, I could do that before I file the sheets,
Is there a cost to that?
Huh?
Is there a cost to do that?
No, I
No.
don't. No, I'll just, you see, today, this documentation is kept, you will keep a copy in your office, and obviously, I keep a copy, also a hard copy, because the state mandates that we no longer send these to Lincoln, and rooms full of these things that they don't want anymore. they do reserve the right to come and audit, so that's why we do keep the files. And I don't know, about the village, but I do know, I can guarantee you that we will always, at the county, have a copy. Because as a highway superintendent, I have to make sure it's there. So I'll always have a hard copy, and probably still have my digital copy at the same time, but we'll always have the hard copy. And I know we have over the years got all the hard copies in file, year after year.
Anybody else have any questions? We'll vote on that here a while, and we can vote to have
And
update.
after you close the hearing, then
Yep.
to do the resolution. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, community comments, citizens.
So, you need to close the hearing if you're done with the public hearing.
Okay, and then, okay, so we will close the public hearing at 5:45.
Assuming there's nobody else, I guess,
Yeah.
that wanted to talk on that subject.
Nobody
Not the
else?
public comments, but the public hearing on that.
Public hearing. No other comments? We're gonna close the public hearing at 5:46. And now moving on to community comments. Citizens wishing to speak on a topic may comment at this point. The Board of Trustees cannot discuss or act on this matter, and there's a 5-minute time limit. Adam?
I think I know pretty much everybody here. I am Sheriff Adam Ferricks. I've been coming to these meetings now for, several months. Unfortunately, I missed the last one because my daughter had a basketball game and I don't feel like paying my guys overtime to come and sit in a meeting. I'm wearing two hats. I am a citizen of the Lodgepole community. I live just out here north of town on Warwick's Road, and I'm also the sheriff, so all of this affects me. I understand that there was an issue at last month's meeting or whenever when I didn't make it, and so I just want to have a little conversation with everybody here, a little bit of a civics lesson. We live in the greatest country in the world. We are not a third world country. We have the right to talk to our leaders. We have the right to redress grievances that we have with them. But that being said, we need to remember that this is a public forum and that we are not a third world country. We are a civilized nation, which means when we have disagreements with a board or with each other, we need to maintain a level of civility. We can get up here, we can air our grievances. Our board may not agree with us. You guys may not agree with me, but that's the greatest part of living where we live. We don't have to agree with each other. It's okay that we don't all walk in lockstep with each other. In fact, that's a good thing. But what I can tell you over the months as I've sat there in the back and I've watched and I've listened, you guys all have the best interest of Lodgepole at heart. And I feel the same way about these guys. I don't think there's anybody here that is trying to destroy Lodgepole. They may just have different ideas of what that looks like moving forward. We can agree to disagree. We can have that civil disagreement and we can do it civilly. The other thing I want to talk about is there are places to air those grievances. And in here in this meeting is not the place to get into arguments with each other. I know that there are statutes, there's things that everybody here is looking at and abiding by, and you got the Open Meetings Act and stuff. If you see violations of that, you can bring it to their attention, but here is not the place to argue that. That's why we have a court system. That's why we have attorneys. That's where the arguments take place, is there. Here is where you present the problem to the board and give them the chance to fix it and correct it. And if they don't, then you have civil remedies for when they don't. But my emphasis here tonight is we, as a community, have got to remain civil with each other because we all have the best interest of our community at heart. So I just urge you, air your grievances, but be civil about it. Tell them the things that are bothering you, but don't get into a heated argument. This is not the place. If they don't redress your grievance, you have other avenues, but those avenues aren't here. I tell people this all the time when they want to argue with me on the side of the road over a traffic citation. This is not the place to argue it. When you go to court is the place to argue it. This is the place where we air those grievances and allow them the opportunity to fix them, correct them, change them. That's all I got to say. Thank you, guys.
Gordy Wilkins. I'm the lead petitioner for the recall. Truly, what Adam says is true. We are a great nation. When I talk, wherever I talk, the heroes of the nation are you people. Do you realize if you don't work, pay your taxes, and support, we don't have a country, we don't have a military. You're the heroes. Addressing why I'm here, I'm not going to have great respect for Keith Mitchell. I really respect. He's running a profitable business. We all want to do that. Maybe I don't agree with some of the things, but I think it could be civilly worked out. I really believe that. Also, we're way above the people we need for the recall, and we're getting calls for more signatures. Way above. That brings me to my next topic. I don't like this. I really don't. Somebody had to step up. And I've probably made some enemies that I don't like. We had enemies in Vietnam. That was different. But to have enemies in your hometown is sad. That's not my aim. I travel to western Nebraska. I'm in many historic societies, organizations, VFW, etc. In the last 2 weeks, I've been asked, what's going on in Lodgepole? What's going on in Lodgepole? You know what I tell them? No comment. You know why? I want to protect Keith and Susan. And I'm not going to spread it. It belongs here and nowhere else. Now, how do we stop this? I would recommend, so I don't have to talk. I've had some newspaper people contact me. No comment. It can be stopped tonight. And I wish it would. If Mrs. Susan Mitchell would resign. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Go ahead. No, you're fine.
Cindy Bonkyard, 515 Bates Boulevard. I just want to make a couple comments. One is about the library. I want to thank the library board for all they do. We have a very supportive library board. They are very active. And I challenge anyone here tonight to find a more active, supportive library board for a community this size. We have a very nice library, and I thank them. Also, the PAC committee. I would like to thank, a big thanks to the PAC committee they have put in many, many volunteer hours. And I want to thank them. And also, I'm excited to get that building open. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, moving on. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make that motion.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Roll call.
Wilkins,
Yes.
Runge,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Kepler,
Yes.
Dykeman.
Yes.
Okay.
Passed.
Discussion and action on passing resolution 296, the 1 and 6 year street improvement plan. So, from what I gather, we just want to have it updated with more accurate numbers on what it would cost to have McCall done. Is that what I'm hearing?
It's not gonna hurt anything.
Okay, other than that?
Yeah.
That would be my question is, I mean, my mind is having, I understand their estimates, but if this is 10 years old.
As long as it's in the budget,
Okay.
the estimate is, it can move. Is that not right, Anthony? I mean, if there's a set amount in there and it's gonna be more than that, then you would just have to approve the amended motion, as long as it's in the budget, so. But it wouldn't hurt if he wants to update
I
it.
think an appropriate amount would probably be $800,000 for the two projects right now as an estimate.
Okay, so can I get a motion to pass resolution 296 with the amended numbers for the 1 and 6 year street improvement plan?
So,
800.
so
That's
isn't that
800.
over the budget?
Hmm?
What is the budget?
Well,
600.
there
So it's-
isn't really a budget. You're just saying what
This is just
you
a
would,
plan.
you could.
This is
Okay.
just a plan. Has nothing to do
Does
with-
not obligate you to do it at all.
Okay.
If money comes in, you can.
There's not that money available.
Okay. No, that's what I heard. Accurate information, I feel like is.
It's just an estimate to get. I would make a motion to adopt the resolution with the change in the estimate of $800,000.
I'll second that.
Dykeman,
Yes.
Kepler,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Runge,
Yes.
Wilkins.
Yes.
Okay, discussion and action on refunding $101.45 to a villager for an overpayment on their latest utility bill.
Now, what happened here is, a check came in to pay this, this village bill, and they were also set up for auto pay, so it was actually paid twice, and the villager has asked for us to refund that auto pay, because the checks are gonna be coming in for a period of time, so auto pay was stopped, and they would just like to have that money back.
Is this something normally the board has to approve? Isn't something this, the treasurer would make the call?
Normally, if there's a refund, because we did the same thing when there was villagers that needed a refund on their utility bills, we approved it all.
At the board?
Mhm.
So if they double paid, yeah, and it's, fifth of the month, then they have to wait 30 days approximately to get their money back.
So can I get a motion on this?
A motion to move forward to refund the $101.45 to the villager that overpaid in the latest utility bill.
Can I get a second?
I second.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Runge,
Yes.
Wilkins,
Yes.
Dykeman,
Yes.
Kepler.
Yes.
Okay, discussion.
11.
Yeah, I switched my things here. Discussion and possible action on canceling gWorks and going to QuickBooks Online with AMGL doing utility billing independently through QuickBooks. Okay, there is a email in here from Chandler at AMGL about this. They have been trying to get gWorks to go to the online, like we were supposed to, and gWorks wants to onboard and talk and have them do practice for so long before they allow us to go live, which they're talking maybe a month or two before they allow us to go live. So the idea is that you would put all that information in, and then when they decide to go live, you have to turn around and put all that information back in. With what we had looked at previously, I said just see what other options are out there for us, because the price is costing us. It just seemed kind of silly to go through all this work. And when Chandler found out we don't even do the electrical billing, he's like, we're paying for a program that we don't even utilize to its full. So QuickBooks, the most QuickBooks would cost us is, let's see, I broke it down over here. Basically $1,400 a year is the most expensive plan for the QuickBooks Online. The cheapest would be $500 a year, I'm rounding up. He suggests starting with the simple, cheap plan, and then once he gets in there, gets it set up, he can figure out if we actually need the more expensive plan, or if we can stick with the simple plan and he could work with it. For the time being, he's willing to do all the utility billing manually to try to save us some money. And then after we get going, we can decide if we want to pay for a utility software, which he found one for like $3,000 a year. So we're still way under what we're paying for gWorks.
What are we paying?
Around $9,000 a year, and it will go up next year.
And we just paid that, didn't we?
Yes, so we would be working with them to get a refund, a partial refund of what we paid.
So this is just a cost thing, or is there a feature thing with this?
Both cost and feature.
Is QuickBooks just doing the billing, or is it the full accounting platform?
QuickBooks could be either way, but we would utilize AMGL because they'll do payroll outside of QuickBooks. We wouldn't have to use QuickBooks payroll if we don't want to. They can do as much as we want them to do, or we can use QuickBooks as in depth as we want. Ken found out AMGL also, we ran into some IT trouble, and Ken was able to reach out to AMGL, and they actually worked Ken.
Yeah, they're, with what we're paying AMGL per month, they also give us full IT service. So they were able to go into our system. They found a couple bugs that they worked out, and that's no additional charge to us. So we have full IT support through AMGL at no additional cost.
What was that cost? I don't remember. I know we talked
What
about
is it?
AMGL,
Yeah,
Yeah.
2,000.
that's just treasury duties and
Just
the books.
treasury. And what?
What was the book fixing, balancing the books,
That project?
that project they were working on?
The original,
Yeah.
what was it, $165 a month? But we're not paying that now. Once we once we contracted with them for the treasurer duties, they stopped the original contract and we're just paying them a flat $2,000 a month for treasurer duties. And as of, I was gonna tell you in the clerk things, but as of right now, they have turned over all of our 2020, 2024, 2025? No, 23, 24. Whatever,
The one we had audited for,
Yeah.
the one after?
the one after.
Okay.
They have turned all those numbers over to, yeah, 2024, 20. He's turned all of that information over to RJ Myers to do the budget, or to the audit. It's already all done and turned it over to them to do it. Because since we switched over to have them do treasurer, RJ Myers has to handle the budget because otherwise it's a conflict of interest. Yeah, to do the audit, sorry, budget, I keep saying budget, to do the audit. So they are already on target to do the budget and have it done by March. Because Chandler already had all the numbers ready to go.
And we'll be able to meet that March deadline.
Yep. Yeah, they're already working them over.
So the original project with AMGL, they already completed, that was to reconcile all the books. Were they able to find out the 150K that was cleared?
I'm not sure on that part. Apparently the state auditor's happy with where it's at, so. Yeah, he just, I sent the email.
So they pretty much cleaned up everything.
Yes.
Now moving forward in the system, they can use gWorks, are using gWorks now. Correct? To
No.
do billings.
No, we can't, actually, as of right now, gWorks is not functioning to where we can actually do anything with it. We can't get it to talk to, can't get Simple City and front desk to talk to each other. We've tried and tried, and gWorks is,
I was thinking, so when they reconciled the banks, was it cleaning up our gWorks stuff part of it? And they
no,
did?
we went
Okay.
outside of gWorks.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, and that, I sent you that email, with the spreadsheet, with the updated,
And I've had firsthand experience with gWorks over the last month, and I found that it's antiquated, and it's not very user-friendly, and paying $9,000 a year for this product is not in the best interest of the village.
Did you go through the training?
I went through some of it, yes. And just the limited stuff that I have done. When one part of the software doesn't talk to the other one, and it causes residents to still show overdue utility balances when we know that they've paid. When you're looking at one screen and they don't, it shows that they owe nothing, but another screen shows that they owe $95, and they don't talk to each other. That's ridiculous.
and Chandler's literally waiting for our okay, and then he's going to literally move everything into QuickBooks so that he can get all of this straightened out.
I want to go back to the 9K that we just recently invested in gWorks though. So we paid for that and we're not using it.
Yeah.
So is there,
We actually haven't, I mean, unfortunately, we haven't really been using it very well for years.
well, we
Yeah.
found out too, training is tough. Yes, it's not the most usable friendly, but I do have a struggle. Like, did we really commit to learning that system well before we make this decision? And I don't feel like we did. With the amount of turnover, with the setting up clerks to not be successful, like, it's been difficult, like,
But we're paying so much for a program that,
that we're not using. That's
well,
the,
that, and it's a system that probably is way more than what we need.
yeah, that's where I'm
Yeah.
aligned with 9K, and to his point, we're not even using the electric utility, right? So if we do switch to, and QuickBooks feels like this could be a better long-term, where my mind goes is the when, and does it
Well-
make sense? Because right now, the when, I'm I'm not necessarily aligned with because we just spent that
Right.
9K, is
We are
there?
going to fight to get it back.
Okay.
He's already been laying down the groundwork to get it back.
And the reason why this isn't usable is because they are now finally, after the 2 years of us being told to go to Simple City, they are now finally doing it, and it's not gonna work.
Well, they're still talking about, oh, well, hold on, just practice for a month or two,
Yeah,
and then
my,
we'll let you go back.
my problem with that is they want us to load everything into their trial balloon so they can play with it for a couple months. And then if they say, okay, yeah, we're fine now, then we have to go back and reload it again. And to do double work, just so they can play with it. That's just not cost effective.
Well, then what's not cost effective is if we can't get our 9K back.
Oh,
Like, if we can't get our 9K back, to my mind, we need to figure out how to use it.
but
And
if-
we do have a firm who knows how to use it, even though they might be duplicating.
Yeah.
If they're paying us hourly, let's look at that price versus eating 9K to switch over to spend another 40.
And we're not paying them hourly, we're
Okay.
paying them flat $2,000 a month.
Perfect. So I know that sounds like duplicate effort, but that's the math we need to run. First, figuring out if we can refund, right, or get a refund.
Maybe I'm missing, you were talking about how much time they need to do migration to this QuickBooks from you,
Once we give him the okay, he's gonna start on it immediately.
and how?
He's been waiting a week,
Okay.
yes. And he says, if we get the approval tonight, he'll start on it tomorrow, and he will actually get utility bills out by the end of the week. Because he can't get gWorks to send out utility bills.
Okay, so there's
So
an
there
active
is-
current problem that you can't
Yes,
resolve.
yeah, he has been fighting with it. I actually went in the system, walked through the steps to get it to work, and
What does gWorks say?
they have.
Has he reached out?
Yes, we have two tickets out, phone calls, and we still are struggling with it.
Are they saying,
And we fought with payroll. He was on the phone with payroll for hours. We got him paid, we got everybody paid, but we fought to get payroll done. Because the system isn't talking to itself, so pulling the payroll over wasn't simple either. That's why we're writing checks instead of printing checks.
is gWorks, did they ever say in your conversations, if they called you back, that go to the online version? We won't have that problem here? Or
No.
anything like that?
No,
No.
they want us to, I don't know what, migration, which is practice for a month or two, and then we'll go live.
And when we were doing payroll, I was on the phone with the gWorks person, and we got that taken care of, and then I was on the phone with AMGL, and it was a 2-hour phone call, because this part of payroll would not talk with this part of payroll. And everything that we did, it's like there was a cutoff right in the middle of it, and it wasn't working. So we had to go back through and jump through so many different hoops. And it's ridiculous.
That should be very good leverage to get our money back, so
Yeah,
how
and
was
that's
that
what
conversation?
Chandler's been, like I said, Chandler's been documenting it. He's been making a point of, every time he has a problem, going to gWorks and saying, this is an issue, so he can build this.
And there has been previously a lot of municipalities that have had gWorks that have had this same problem, and they have left gWorks. So there is precedent for our exit and to get our 9K back.
How did we communicate to gWorks? Did we say, hey, we're pulling the plug, we're moving over, but we need a refund, or did we say, hey, we're thinking about it? I mean, I'm saying, using that for leverage going forward. to get it
He's
moving.
been just, I guess, breadcrumbs, saying, I have this problem, I have that problem.
Okay.
If we're gonna run with, if we're having this much problems, why? So, and then he told me, once we get this, then I will make a phone call too, to do this. But since we're waiting till we make a decision, we couldn't really progress too far till we made a decision. We need a board decision.
So I think it would make very good sense for us to
So we can't get utility, is there anything other than we can't get utility billing out at all? No way. Okay. Anything else we can't do?
We can't pay the bills, we had to do them manually,
Okay.
and payroll we did manually too.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Their system, apparently, it's interesting that like all of a sudden now it's not working so much that we're like,
Yeah, I
after we
literally,
just invested in that, so that to me is a very
yeah,
good negotiation conversation.
yes. Yeah.
So I would definitely move forward with that, and I don't know if that's something you do, or if you need help
Him
with.
and I will do it together.
Okay, now I was about to say, if you
Chandler and I-
need help with
yes.
that, I'd be glad to help with
Okay.
that.
Yeah, because, Chandler had made the comment that he'd been basically breadcrumbs, but once we make this decision, he said it would help to have both sides going at them. And I said, okay, I will do that.
And I think it's in our best interest to cut the cord with gWorks, get into something that's more user-friendly, that's actually gonna work for us.
For sure.
And save us $5 grand a year.
Now, like, it's a different story now that the books are clean, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Huge.
The other question I have is, I don't understand all of the components that are needed for that treasury role. So the add-ons of, so if we were to move forward with the, the plus version, then the utility billing software is a $3K add-on. Is there another software that's another add-on?
No.
Like, what is the total package? That would be my
Well,
question.
And right
that we
now,
need.
he's just gonna start with the simple start, which is $20 a month.
But that isn't gonna do utility billing, which we're
No,
doing manually
he's
right
actually
now.
gonna manually do utility billing to start with, because his idea, until we get going and see where we're at, he says utility billing literally is just water. The sewer is a flat rate,
Yep. So
it's the same.
is payroll one that he is doing manual as well?
They will, yes.
And does he need QuickBooks to do payroll, or is he doing that manually?
That would be manually because they do payroll on their own, because that's a service that AMGL does.
So I guess forgive all my questions,
No.
but I'm having trouble understanding the urgency to figure this out now if he's already gonna do the stuff manually.
It's continuity.
Well, the county, they need the accounting for sending out a bill, as in to send utility billing, so that he can send a bill to you for payment. He can't send an email to you to pay your utility billing without the QuickBooks. So he needs the QuickBooks to be able to send you a bill to say your bill's $100, and then you could just pay it online and be paid. That's why we need the QuickBooks, is so that he can send bills out to everybody and send it in the mail for those people that prefer it by mail. That's where our disconnect.
If he does it manually, he needs some way to be able to have record keeping, that
Yes.
management is, okay.
Yep,
And then it's
yep.
gonna also be easier for folks who pay online or wanna use a credit or debit card.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, do we have that option now for people to pay utility billing online?
Yeah,
Yes,
Nice, okay.
yeah,
Is the ACH still intact, like the auto draft?
yes,
That's intact?
yes, it is.
yeah. So that's what it's.
Yeah.
So we're basically taking this $9,000 behemoth, we're cutting the fat out of it, we're getting down to actually what we need and what's gonna be easier for our front-end users to pay, and the accounting continuity. So we're basically doging this thing.
Well, and he said that paying our bills will be easier through QuickBooks too, because he'll be able to have their software just pay the bills, the ones that are, not available online.
So originally the plan was to get your books straightened out and fixed, correct? And then once the books were correct and fixed, you were going to start a new gWorks file.
And they were gonna
Start
manage it.
over. And leave the other stuff in the past and start a new fresh one and start over fresh. So you're saying that we're not doing that anymore?
Well, we were looking at whether it was gWorks or something else, because we've been looking at doing a different platform for 2 years.
Yeah, but we already invested in the
Right.
platform. The reason why this is coming to the table is because we're hearing that it's not working,
Yeah.
and we urgently.
Yeah.
It used to work.
Yeah, that's where I'm
We-
not understanding
We
why
have
all of
been
a sudden it's
fighting
not
with it
working.
since the beginning of the month. It
It-
has not updated since January 5th.
And I think part of that could be that they're working on their online migration. So something on the back end with gWorks,
Yeah,
they've done something to change the product to where it's not working for us. And rather than prolong this and use up more of that $9,000, the longer we use their product, the less they're gonna say, well, you've used it for 6 months, you're not getting all your $9,000 back. So we just paid that, but if it's not working and we go to something else, look guys, we paid you for a product that isn't working, we want our money back, period. And we have a good leg to stand on.
My question would be, I have never heard of a product service that does not have tech stuff to help support it or they would go out of business.
Well-
People around, I would think the country are using gWorks. And so is this a gWorks outage that is preventing people? To me, they couldn't do business without troubleshooting. So like the energy to really get this fixed right now is where my mind goes since we invested in it. The need to get something more efficient has been on the docket and something we look at. But I'm just not able to wrap my head around that this has to happen tomorrow because all of a sudden gWorks went down.
Well,
With no tech support to be able to help that investment to work well,
they have the tech support, they want us to put in a ticket, but their response is not satisfactory to us. We're still waiting for a response, and while we're waiting for them to fix it, our residents can't get their water bill.
So how did we process billing the recent one?
we haven't processed it yet
Okay.
because we're still waiting.
Yeah, the most recent one right now that Preston read a week and a half ago.
is he waiting because we're telling him to wait for us to make a decision if we go
As
forward
of
with this? Or
like
is
a
he
week
waiting
ago.
because gWorks is not working?
No, he's waiting for us to approve it.
Yeah, because that was as of a week ago. He's been waiting on gWorks for about 2 weeks.
So we have a
It's within
ticket in,
5
but
minutes.
gWorks is not getting back with us with the solution. And we're not happy just sitting here waiting and our residents not being able to pay their water bills because they don't know what they owe.
And we don't know why it went down.
No.
That's scary me.
And that's why,
That, I don't feel like, I don't know. I have
Well-
trouble understanding that a company does not.
Well, and the worst problem is, do we wait another month?
Can we manually produce bills at all?
Because we have no way of, it's in the system,
Okay.
so,
And we can't put anything in the system?
we don't have a mechanism that would be an alternative. We have no plan B. So we either use gWorks, which right now is not working, or we cut the cord, we get something more efficient and user-friendly, and then we go after the money that we paid them for a product that isn't working. And to start out at $20 a month, I'm okay with that.
$20 a month is how much it is?
For the QuickBooks to get started,
simple start.
and for AMGL to manually get our water bills out. Let's go.
I know I was in a meeting where we approved gWorks, but I don't remember which one it was off the top of my head. How long ago, or how long does this 9K go through?
It's a year.
We just approved it, I think, in December.
It was just in December.
Yeah. Yeah, it was either November or December.
Yeah, so we get the majority of our money back, if not all of it.
That's a big exception. That's a big exception.
Well,
Because we're in contract, so
Well-
we have to break it, and a lot of times from the software world.
but if it's not working, and we have a track record to show that, we go to them and say,
That's where I'd like to go with this. I'd like to see
Yeah.
us really make an effort at that and have build that up. The only thing that's holding me up is we can't get bills out.
exactly,
That's
and that's why we just,
But to get bills out, it can be done manually, but we need a place to house it, right? Is that the problem? Or do we need to invest in the 3K
No.
utility?
No.
It's
That's
just,
No.
different.
it's just this,
So we can spend the $20 a month. We can have this flying, get the bills out in parallel, really put the pressure on gWorks.
Yes.
All right. Sorry.
Yeah, and-
It's just, we're asking a lot of questions because it's
No.
not happening.
And
Yeah,
what we-
please ask.
What we can do is go ahead and tell Chandler, yes, we'll do the QuickBooks tentatively, and him start setting this up, and then him and I can go to town on gWorks and see what we can get done. And then if we can get gWorks to give us our money back, then we at least will know, okay, we got our money back, and we can move forward, and then we'll have a month to see where we're at.
Yeah, I mean, the safety net here is we're only gonna
Yes.
spend $20 a month.
Mhm.
Yep.
We're gonna get another backup solution in place.
Yeah.
Be able to process bills, our revenue. And then that allows us to kick the can, put some pressure, build a history on them,
Yeah,
so we may get around that.
I'm not seeing the $20 a month, I'm seeing either $3.99 for Simple Start or $1,200. Thank you.
yeah,
And that's what you guys would need?
yeah, 'cause
The $38 a month?
yeah, and right now, it'd be 20, special for the first 3 months.
19.
Yeah, yeah,
I
Yeah.
think maybe it'd be advantageous if Jamie and Rob maybe investigate a little bit with gWorks. I think I'm getting, you know, well, why isn't it working? Well, if you guys get a personal, help desk with them or something and see how it's working, see what, so that you know what Ken and Susan are up
Experience.
against and stuff, so that
Yeah.
we're, you know, everybody's on the same page. We go with the QuickBooks for now because we gotta get bills out, we gotta pay, we've got bills to pay. If we don't send bills out, we don't have money coming in.
Yeah, that's fair.
So if we have to go with QuickBooks for a while and we get gWorks going, then we drop that, it's a lesser cost. But if we can go to QuickBooks and get our money back from gWorks, I think that would be the optimum way to go. Because it's gonna be so much simpler for whoever's doing it, whether it be the accounting firm or if we have a clerk treasurer, it's gonna be simpler for whoever does it.
Are you, is there a major difference here that this,
that's what,
like that you're one, that they would be one, or is there
he
truth?
doesn't know till he actually gets in
Okay.
there, and that's on the front of it, I showed the difference between one and the
Okay.
other.
And that's why we wanted to start with the least expensive.
Yeah,
And that's what he said, let me get in there
okay,
and see if I really need the difference, because depending on what he can do with the
Yes.
system, he might not need the plus, but he says until he got in there to see.
yeah, so the option was Simple Start, basic at $19, if
Yep.
he gets in there and he's like, hey, Plus actually has billing and these things to do, that's $57.50 a
Yeah.
month.
Yeah, and, I mean, in the grand scheme of it, this price, if you're paying without the discount for, the first 3 months, you're still looking at less than $2,000 for the more,
Yeah.
you know, and that's considerable difference.
Yeah,
It's just,
I definitely, to Al's point, I would love to learn more on gWorks and see where I can help in that discussion, because.
But I think for now, we need to get
Yep.
something in place, so.
Yeah, I didn't pick up from the agenda item that this was, we had a billing issue. Like, I didn't know.
so
That's why I
that's what I was
understand
doing in
where
the
we
office,
were.
working with Chandler, trying to get that figured out, going through all of that. So-
I got a real education when we were doing payroll the other day, and it was a headache. It was a headache in the making. And just the hoops that we had to go through, and what really got me was the gWorks. Simple City wasn't talking to this component, and everything that they were trying, it just wasn't working. And I'm thinking that what happened is when they start playing with the migration to the cloud, they may have gone in, and it could be a programming error, it could be a glitch, but I don't want us held up on a glitch so we can't get our utility bills out.
And I read that in
Or
for the
payroll.
emails, that, when I was doing research for the online stuff, that there was some other municipalities that ran into that problem because the online version they were struggling with, and this was, you know, months ago, but they were having trouble because it wasn't working properly, and they weren't getting their utility bill out on time, because they were having problems. I don't know if they're still there or not. I haven't went back and looked at some of this stuff, but we, as a community, don't need that happening. This is bad enough, so.
No, because if we can't get our utility bills out on time, then our residents start losing faith and confidence in us. And that's something I just don't want to gamble with.
Yeah, I mean, I get the aftermath of it.
Yeah.
Where my mind goes is I'm a solver, like
Sure.
solving that problem. gWorks not working
Oh,
is a,
Me
we
too,
need to,
me too, but if we can also look at it from a pragmatic standpoint, if we can do for $2,000 a year that we're right now paying $9,000 for, why not? Let's get something that fits us better for less, and then go after getting the money we just paid
So
back for a problem, or for a software that right now is not working.
So they're offering a 1 year or 2 year term. This isn't a month-to-month thing. That was just the cost we're talking about.
Well,
Yeah, that was
Just
just
a
the,
term, though, right?
Yeah, but you can pay monthly also.
Well, you pay monthly.
Well, is it a
but you're
contract?
signed up for a year. That's your pricing to your.
that's
pricing.
where I was confused on.
So this has terms around it, right?
that was actually just Chandler going and figuring it per year compared to what we're paying per year.
So can we pay month to month without signing a contract?
I actually don't know
Let
that.
them prove it. Let them prove it works.
I'll have to look.
Yeah, that's my biggest concern of this is from,
So I was reading that and not quite understanding month to month.
If
So
this-
he broke it down by
when I-
month.
When I went online, I put pay monthly, it gave you a monthly option. Because that's where I got this was mine, and I went online and got it, and they gave me a monthly breakdown.
So,
it's like you're paying monthly, but you're obligated for a
Yeah, I said
year.
it.
right, that's how
That's where they go.
That's how people do. So if there's a way that you can confirm that we can start with QuickBooks, pay monthly and not be in the term, that would be ideal. Depends on software programs, but oftentimes they're like, hey, here you go, choose this plan. It's this amount of money per month, but it's a year contract. That's almost all
Yeah,
software.
that's a
So
valid
if you
question.
can confirm, because it sounds like we don't know, confirm that it's month to month versus a contract until we can get this gWorks thing. And like I said, I'd love to be involved in helping the gWorks where I can to get a better sense of the pain points that you've been dealing with, and then also
It says-
help leverage what next steps
I
are.
got an email. It says, yes, you're free to switch QuickBooks online plans or cancel at any time.
So we would not go back into a contract.
Yeah, if there's a contract, it should be in the packet, right?
Oh, it should, yeah.
I
So,
clicked right
but I-
on where, that's what's on their website.
So the month to month, yep. I-
Yeah, because I never got to ask that, or look at that, but that's what it says. Yeah. And that's the simple plan for $19 a month for the first 3 months.
I like saving money. Don't you?
Oh, I do. We'll
Yeah.
talk about money in a bit.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah.
So, can I get a motion to go ahead and get QuickBooks Online for at least a month and try to get gWorks refund?
I'll make that motion.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Give me a moment. Dyken,
Yes.
Kepler,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Runge,
Yes.
Wilkins.
Yes.
Okay. Dana Hill is presenting the annual library report and requesting that Janet Fox be paid and reimbursed from, hold on. Wrong one again. I needed a different agenda. Took the wrong one. Dana Hill is presenting the annual library report and requesting that a grant from the Buckley Trust be applied for to fund the annual puzzle tournament. There.
I'll try to make this as quick and as painless as possible. So, the library annual reports go for a fiscal year, and so this one is October 1st, 2024 to September 30th, 2025. I don't know if everybody knows this on the board, but the library is part of the Western Library System in Scottsbluff. We have been accredited again from December 31st, 2025 through December 31st, 2030, which is a great accomplishment. The library board is certified through August 31st, 2026. They just need 10 more CE credits to meet that requirement again in 2026. Everybody knows the hours that were open. The total hours we were open in this fiscal year were 895.5 hours. During the fiscal year, the library hosted the following: October 2024 Parade of Pumpkins, November 2024 Best of the Best Puzzle Tournament, and we celebrated Veterans Day at the library with free donuts and coffee. December 2024, we did the Christmas in the Village. January of 2025, One Book, One Nebraska State Reading Program. May 2025, Annual Jigsaw Puzzle Tournament and celebrated Memorial Day at the library with free donuts and coffee. June 2025, the summer reading program was held, and I can't thank my library board enough. Nikki, Janet, Glinda, Connie Stanley, and Kelly for helping me host the summer reading program. We had great success. All the kids and all the people from the country and from our town loved to come and participate. August 2025, we did the back to school bingo. Again, I couldn't have done it without the help of the library board. We had a great time. We had a lot of fun. In September, we didn't do anything that month, and that was 2025, and that's when this would actually end for this fiscal year. If you turn to the second page, I would just like to emphasize that during the fiscal year, the building was used for meetings held by Shrove Tuesday Group, Visions Group, Museum Group, Lodgepole Housing and Authority Committee, the Lodgepole Community Fund, the village board meetings, and the PAC Committee. I'm certified through at a level 2 through 9/30/2026. And our services, in addition to regular large print books, printed materials, audiobooks, puzzles, includes Libby Overdrive, Consortium, how do you say that word, Consortium? Thank you. Digital collection of over 21,000 audiobooks, 35,000 ebooks, 44,000 magazines, and we offer computers with high-speed fiber internet and Wi-Fi, black and white and color printing, a scanner, a copier, a meeting room, deliveries to shut-ins and elderly patrons if needed, and interlibrary loans. So the number of items available to loan is 3,915. During this year, we added 140, drew 233. We have 7 magazines monthly, 2 newspapers weekly. Number of internet access computers for patron use, we used to have 4, and since October, now it's down to 2. We have free access to 25 electronic databases through the Nebraska Library Commission. We have a movie license to provide that's free to us by the Nebraska Library Commission. Let me just drop down to the lower part that's important. So the annual library visits we've had this year, or during this fiscal year, was 1,437. Annual reference inquiries was 42. Annual use of public internet computers estimated 419 people for 750 hours. The programs we offered, there were 9 for children, 23 for adults, and 10 for teens. We're going to try to find ways to add more programs for kids and teens. Our adult circulation, it was 871 last year. This year it was 955. Our juvenile circulation was 120 last year. This year it was 116. Total last year was 991, and this fiscal year is 1,071. We welcome any suggestions you would like to make or to share for our library, and we're always interested in how to serve the community the best that we can, and so we're open to any suggestions from anyone. And we thank you and the community for your support.
I have one question, and pardon my ignorance. The 25 electronic databases, what are those?
They're just different things that you can, you log into the Nebraska Library Commission. They're just different platforms where you can look up books, you can look up a multitude of different information. If you'd like, I could print it out for you tomorrow. And
No, that's okay.
If you'd like, I could print it out for you tomorrow. And bring it over to the
That's
office.
okay. That's a great resource. Thank you.
And then the other thing I'm on the agenda for is to ask permission to file a grant with the Buckley Trust for $650 for the whole year. They actually helped us pay for our 2 puzzle tournaments that we offer to the community and outside communities. Any questions?
Can I get a motion for the library to apply for the Buckley Trust for $650 for their annual puzzle tournament? For their annual puzzle tournament.
Tournaments.
For tournaments.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Kepler,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Runge, Wilkins,
Yes.
Dykeman.
Yes.
Okay, next, the library board requests approval for the following. Janet Fox to be paid for time and mileage, 98 miles for attending the summer reading program training in Ogallala. Approval for Dana Hill to be paid for mileage, 94 miles to pick up puzzle tournament magnets and plaques in Sterling. Request a wage increase for library employees, Dana Hill, Janet Fox, and Diane Block to meet the minimum wage of $15 per hour, retroactive as of January 1st, 2026. These items were all approved at the library board meeting January 29th, 2026. Anything to add? Nope? Okay. Can I get a motion to approve all these items?
I make a motion to approve them.
I'll second that.
Dykeman,
Yes.
Kepler,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Runge,
Yes.
Wilkins.
Yes.
Okay, discussion of possible action on the designation and pay rate for the interim custodian of public records. This is brought up because currently we don't have a clerk and we need someone to be the custodian of public records so we can keep track and do all of our public record stuff. So, examples for your requests, the minutes of the meetings and that kind of stuff. I made sure that this is something that can be done, Jerry looked and checked and.
It's allowed by statute and ordinance.
Ken has volunteered to be considered, considering he did this previously. Otherwise, if anybody else would be interested, they can also. So, any thoughts?
What is the period? Is that what we're discussing?
We can just, yeah, that's up to us too.
Can we do that? Like, can you do do that and be on the board and be paid?
Yes,
Yes,
Jerry's
Jerry
already
checked.
checked on that.
I didn't hear the question.
She wanted to know if Ken could do it while he was on the board.
By statute and ordinance, yeah.
Yep, that was what he stated, okay.
Yeah.
And that would be until we hire a clerk.
Yeah.
You can on an emergency basis
Yep,
like that.
perfect.
Because it literally would be just till they find a clerk.
So the, just roles and expectations, interim custodian of public records, and I know we were just talking, so that is FOIAs, that is minutes, that is handling, that is all clerk stuff? Like what
Yes.
is the actual, so is this interim clerk? What makes it, I'm confused on the difference between a interim clerk and custodian of public records.
The main thing is the FOIAs, the minutes, because we have yet to get the minutes from,
Last 4 meetings.
yeah, November's, December's, and January's all to the newspaper. And that is against state statute. They were all supposed to be there within 2 weeks of the meeting. So those need to be, once you send them to the paper sends you a receipt of notice that needs to be put. And so all of that stuff needs to be,
So it's an ownership thing,
yes,
custodian.
yes.
The ownership
So-
of receiving the government
Yes,
documents,
and-
all that has to be oversaw.
Yeah, and so it's clerk in a sense, but not in another, because, I mean, he's been doing, checking the mail, he's been getting people's payments, so he could do that still if he wants to, but it's more about the documentation of stuff, making sure that the documents are done. That's what he's going to be paid, or anybody that takes this on, whether you choose him or somebody else. That's what this is about. This is making sure that those documents are being documented. Because that is, if whoever takes on that role, that is what they are being obligated by the,
And absent of having a village clerk, we have to have custodian of public records, so everything can be done legally. And everything's done correctly.
Does the oath,
So,
being a board member, does the oath you have apply to this position as well?
I believe it does.
That's just a question.
Yeah, because we need to make sure that our records are safeguarded,
I know it's a two-hat thing.
that they're secured, and that's part of the custodian. So, yes, I believe it does.
yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely needed. I'm just wanting to make sure, like, next we'll talk about clerk position.
Yeah.
Since we're gonna be potentially, or that'll be discussion of treasury separate, so clerk, you know, the records, documents, and legal compliance portion of the job responsibilities would be interim custodian of public. So is the manage all daily operations of clerk office, answering phones, greeting people, checking and responding to emails, are all those part of this that we will pay for?
Yep.
Okay, so that now makes me think this is an interim clerk, not just a
But-
custodian.
It's a play on words now. It's clerk as we know it, but semantics wise,
We're just making sure what are we paying
Yeah.
for? And, like,
to maintain and safeguard public records and make sure that everything's accessible to the public. But yes, when you're in there and you're doing that, if the phone rings, you're definitely gonna answer it, and if somebody walks in, you're certainly gonna,
you're gonna provide that service,
Yes.
but I guess the hours that you're gonna be doing that, is that also what we're paying for? That's what I'm asking.
Are we gonna have set hours, I guess?
Right.
yes, we are.
So then,
So basically, I'll be filling in as much as possible until we hire a clerk. if I'm who you want, if there's anyone else, then it would be them as well.
My mind goes to this being pay rate, having somebody as an interim clerk who is the owner of records, because that's part of the clerk role. Since you just said you're gonna be doing clerk duties, why aren't we saying interim clerk? And that we pay hourly, are we setting, now opening the office so that the public understands that we're gonna be open from 8 to 5? And are we paying this individual from 8 to 5? Those
Is
are
it
my
the same
questions.
job description as what our clerk was before? Is that what we're filling? Because that clerk was the custodian of the records.
Say, I was more worried about just making sure that the records get taken care of. You know,
Yeah.
when he's there, answer the phone and stuff, but I'm more worried about just the records. Well,
Yeah, that's the critical part.
yeah,
Mhm.
you know,
We want to make sure that the fires we have going now get taken care of and controlled, and that we don't have any more pop up. I think we've got enough on our plate right now. Let's get some stability. Let's start rebuilding the confidence that the public has in us. And let's quit kicking the can, and let's start moving forward. And Jerry, you might want to weigh in on this. The board can call it whatever they want as far as the job title.
Sure. It needs to be accurate, but
Yeah.
yeah,
And it needs to be understood,
right.
Yeah.
accurate and understood.
Mhm.
So it seems like interim clerk is more what I'm hearing.
Same.
And I'd be okay with
Sorry,
that.
but Susan, I'm going to say something about that. I heard you say it's custodian, and while he's in the office, then if he's there, he'll do clerk duties. This is not of like clerk duties and the custodian as we know it. So
No.
it's something dumbed down from that, right?
Mhm.
Good. So it's not a full-blown clerk either.
no. To
No,
me,
because I
this is,
wouldn't
the
go
whole
to clerk
point
school
is,
and all that.
Yeah, we need to figure out this, that's a priority, which I
yes, yeah.
agree. The more that we're taught, the more I'm starting to think that this is,
Truthfully, I don't think that 5 days a week, 8 hours a day is enough, is too much.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
He has a lot.
yeah, I do have a life, but I think you guys also know that I'm vested in this village, and I'm gonna do, if I'm the person you want, I'm gonna do what we need to do to make sure the public knows that if they need to come to the office to do any business or ask for any records or anything, I'm gonna do everything possible to accommodate that.
I think the good way to look at it is, let's set, if we do this, set the hours, like mornings. And that way he has the afternoons to work around his schedule. But if somebody needs to, then they can call him and do an afternoon if it works on him. But that way, the village has set schedule, you know, whatever, but.
And even right now, on the door, if there's no one at the office, we've got the sign on the door, and I put on there that if anyone needs to come to the office, let's say they need something faxed or they need something,
The call,
my phone number's on there.
or the village office number.
Yes,
phone.
because right now, I'm carrying that phone as
Yep.
well.
Yep.
So if I'm at home and the village phone rings, I'm gonna answer
For
it.
sure.
So I'm here to help these folks and us. Because right now, we need help. So I'm committed to that. And yes, I have a life, and my wife and I have talked about this at length, and she supports me, but we've got a lot of catch-up that has to be done. We've got a lot of work that needs to be done. So it may take more than 4 hours a day. And if it does, then I'm gonna do what needs to be done. So I'm asking, don't put me in a box.
No, I just figure if we
Yeah.
tell the community these
Yeah.
hours, then you can.
Yeah. But I just want it to be known that if somebody needs something from the office, I'm available. I'm a resource. Let's get it done. Let's not have obstacles that have to be worked around. Let's damn the torpedoes and let's just get moving forward. That's what I want.
Any other? Okay, do we need a different name or description?
What do you want to call it, Jamie?
I just want to make sure we're clear, and I appreciate and I'm very grateful that you have the time to do this and want to do this. I don't know if there's anybody else who has interest in this. I think that right now the need for this is because of our FOIAs and because of our minutes. But the more we're talking about this feels like an interim clerk thing. And if that's what we want to do, then I ask that, like, if that is something we can commit to service our village, like you're saying, and also have the hat of ownership to do these. To me, it feels like if we only did interim custodian public of records, it does put you more in a box than the other side of, and I think it's important for our community to understand too, that like this person who's doing this is truly a clerk or helper or whatever.
Okay.
This, I mean, I don't think that the interim custodian of public records really matters. I think
No.
what relates more is
Okay.
somebody
And
there, right?
I think we can call it whatever we want to call it.
How about interim clerk and custodian of public records?
Okay.
Very good.
All right.
That works.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be complex
Okay.
here.
No.
I just,
That's why you.
like, I'm really not, but it's that,
Okay, so then
we're
what
paying somebody to do this, let's make sure they know the jobs, let's make sure we're paying them for the jobs.
Yeah.
And let's make sure it is transparent for the village to know who's in that office, what are they doing, what are we
I mean, I think it's a good thing, Ken, because with the Nebraska Records Act request coming in, if we had, I think it's a problem when a volunteer gets put in that position. Because that, to me, is the best thing to do.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
But if somebody that's in the city, that's here anyway, yeah, that's fine.
I mean, let's do things correctly, but let's not put so many obstacles in the way of our constituents that they say, well, yep, they don't care about it.
So what hours do we want to, so that the community knows?
I'm still comfortable 8 to 5, and Monday through Friday, and if anything comes up, I can certainly communicate that to the rest of the board and to the public. I don't
I
care.
would highly recommend, like, let's do something less than 2, because you have board duties, there's.
Yeah,
Oh,
I would
that-
do that.
That's gonna
If
be
we
a,
can fulfill this need on a half-day basis, and the community knows it's open during a certain window every day.
well,
And that way then you can also gauge what we might need for a clerk.
okay,
Yeah.
and that's up to you guys. But I don't have a problem being available
So
8 to 5.
if we do morning,
Mornings is fine.
okay, so 8 to noon, 4 hours, okay,
Okay,
8 to noon.
now, okay, so,
That's a minimum of 8 to
Yes,
noon?
yes.
Okay.
And what's the salary?
yeah,
How much?
minimum. I'm sorry?
How much?
Okay,
The salary.
The hourly rate, yeah.
can I make a statement on that? Okay, I have a prepared statement.
Yes.
If I'm going to be allowed to read this. And I want the public to know this as well. Because I receive Social Security disability insurance, my earnings must stay within federal limits. If I go over these limits, even accidentally, I could lose my SSDI benefits. Since the work I would do for the village will regularly exceed 40 hours a week, hourly pay becomes risky. Even a small amount of overtime could push me over the federal thresholds. That would put my benefits at risk and create administrative complications for the village. A fixed monthly salary solves this. This keeps everything predictable, compliant, and easy to manage. The recommended salary is $1,200 per month, which stays safely below the federal work period threshold. This structure protects my SSDI benefits, ensures compliance with federal rules, and gives the village a stable, reliable way to compensate me for the work I would be doing. Now, if you were to take $1,200 a month That comes out to less than $7 an hour, based on a 40-hour week.
That would be 15.
And,
40 hours is not,
Okay.
it's way too much.
okay, hang on. I'm sorry.
40 hours a week is too
I
much.
understand that. But I based everything on that, but,
It'd be $15 an hour at 20 hours a week.
and see, even that, if it were to go over, that's something I'm not willing to do. I cannot and will not jeopardize my disability. So, if you can pay me the $1,200 a month, or whatever you want, as long as it doesn't go over that, I'm okay with that. But just know that I'm gonna put everything into what we need to do to clear up the backlog, make sure that things run smoothly and efficiently, and when we do have a new clerk, I would like to help onboard them. But don't jeopardize my benefits.
Not.
I have no problem working for this.
I would suggest before you do anything, you check your labor laws. There are specific laws that address part-time, full-time, your salary. He's not going to fit into a salary as far as federal law. So I would say that, I think it's great he's doing it. I'm not trying to complain. If you don't want to end up getting in trouble, somebody needs to know what the federal employment law is.
Can I address that? I've already looked into that.
Ken, I'm telling you, and I would say someone else needs to look into it, because unless the federal laws have changed, and I don't believe they have, there are laws that govern what you do where you can get a salary. And I'm not talking about, and I'm just saying that somebody needs to go to the IRS, the federal employment agency, and just double check.
I have no problem with that. None whatsoever.
And I don't care. They can pay you whatever they pay you. I don't care. I'm just giving you just a little bit of insight.
I have no problem with that, but I did my due diligence, but I have no problem with somebody double checking.
Okay. Any other thoughts on pay? Are we?
No, I agree. We have to be careful with the salary, like the monthly thing. There's the one time. To me, it's like the 20 hours a week should be enough time. And then we keep it hourly. And it sounds like that rate that we came up with is close to around the minimum wage. I mean, as a board, we could move to do this, but then have somebody check into, does that fall within guidelines of what we approve? And depend upon if it falls within labor laws.
Go with the minimum wage of $15 an hour and go from there.
That's where I'm at.
Is that?
It's 20 hours
just
still.
know that if it gets close to that, then if it gets close to that, I am not going to go over that and jeopardize my benefits. If it were to get close to that, then the work would also stop.
Yep. Okay. So can I get a motion to designate Ken as the interim clerk custodian of public records at $15 an hour at 8 to, minimum of 8 to noon, Monday through Friday?
You said that was how much per hour?
15.
Okay.
Can I get a second?
1 second.
Dykeman?
Yes.
Kepler should abstain.
Abstain.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Rungy? Yes. Wilkins?
Yes.
And you should submit documentation with the, I think it's the Accountability and Disclosure Commission concerning any conflict of interest. Look into it.
Okay, discussion and possible action on changing the village ordinance regarding village board members and the other committees that require citizen, or city limit residents for qualification requirements of these boards, whereas the requirements would better serve the community of Lodgepole. Rod?
Yeah, that's one. This is more or less not to say, I don't like changing ordinances, I don't think it's a thing that we should do, but, Lodgepole's community, I believe, is a lot bigger than our city limits. I think we have, most of our committees is full of rural people in the community. I think to better represent Lodgepole, you know, this motion is to, or this agenda item is to move something forward with the board to start discussing how we get beyond the restrictions of, example, the library board, we're gonna talk about that, even the village board, to, you know, be better represented by the entirety of the Lodgepole community. This is not something I came up with. I've been approached by a number of community members about this. I think we even talked about it one of the first few months I was on board about this. So I guess the suggestion I heard, which I thought was a pretty good idea, that the database is already there. Now, I'm sure there's some state statutes that, especially when it comes to the village in this, but, you know, this is just to start talking about it.
Let me tell you real quick, if I can, what
Sure.
the statutes and what our ordinances currently say. So let me just go through them quickly. Each of them, the Board of Health, our ordinance does require that they be residents of the municipality. The statutes don't have that same limitation. So you are free to keep that limitation or you can broaden it some. The library board, our ordinance does require that they be residents of the municipality. State statutes, I did not see that similar requirement that they have to be residents. So you could, again, do either of those two. The cemetery board says they have to be, the ordinance says that it has to be citizens of the county, and that's what the statute says, so they're in alignment. And again, on those first two, it's fine that they are less than what the statute requires, it just can't be more than. And then the planning commission, I don't think there's anything either in the statutes or, if I'm looking at my notes right, or the ordinance that says anything about residency. And then I don't know if community improvement board is even important at this time. So.
The planning and zoning needs one member
Yeah,
outside the village.
I think I looked at my notes wrong, you're right. The planning commission does allow individuals from within the village's extraterritorial zoning, so I think you can go out the 2 miles or whatever it is, okay? So, with that in mind, I'll turn it back over.
I mean, the only other thing I was gonna add is, one of the ideas I heard was, you know, as far as the guideline for this is using rural route. If your city limits a rural route address, then that would be within the restriction.
It's USB.
If it's serviced from our post office, they are. To me, a distance is tough,
Yeah.
a radius.
And I know that was something we talked about even with the PAC committee, but really the intention of us just looking at this, and correct me if I'm wrong, like, what I'm hearing is these ordinances have been, I mean, decades and decades, and our village has changed. We have less people, we have less people who want to contribute, but there's still a lot of people within this area that want to help. And that can be talent and a benefit and a resource for this village. And making sure that we are compliant with ordinances, but also compliant with state statutes, the reality is if there is opportunity where we can widen this isn't just a change of one thing to make this fit. It's truly like, let's look at this and say, how can this change really benefit the village? And if it is the USPS route, if you're getting a letter, Lodgepole mail, you're Lodgepole. We just talked about the library and how most of the customers or the kids that are kids that don't live here. Like, there's a lot of people that don't live right in here, but still want to be part of this community. And I think us having or putting all of this in a box is really limiting to our village. And that is the intention of looking at this long-term, understanding that times have changed, and how can we capitalize on people that want to service and be resources and support this village.
Yep.
I know from what I've researched, some of the guideline requirements have to do with where the tax base comes from, where the funding comes from. So, just stating where part of that is. So, like the cemetery board, the reason why that one is the county is because the funding comes from the county. So that's why it says county. The library board, it is because the money comes from the community, as in the city or the village of Lodgepole. Funding comes from the village itself. It comes from our funds, to be the electric, the water, the sewer, all of that. So that's kind of how it comes from. It's kind of trying to figure out how to make all that work.
Doesn't the Lodgepole get taxes from county revenue?
Not as far as the library goes. It's not what I looked it up, and it all comes from the village funding.
Do you guys know if you guys get funds from the county?
We get state funds.
State.
Yeah, we have state aid.
But the funds we get, because the village gets funding from the county.
Yeah.
And then we get the library.
And I also did a lot of research, and there's a lot of things going on to try to change that, what you're talking about. I didn't hear anything about the board, but they said that one of the things that they're putting out there is that we limit your people out in the country, or whatever you want to call it, to 2. So the quorum still is your core group in the village. So there's several things bouncing around that I think that, according to what I've read, they figure in the next 4 or 5 years it'll go to the state and be changed.
So FYI, the village gives the cemetery $4,500. So you have money from the village that goes to the cemetery. It's not county money. I don't even know, Tom Weber could probably answer that and see. I don't think we get any county money.
We granted.
Is there something in state statute for the museum, or is that?
Not, we are private.
Okay, cool.
Thank God.
Well, I'm ignorant of that, but at the same time, like, that's a big part of this, community too, and I wasn't aware or didn't know if that had special things like the cemetery or library or the museums. Cool.
Does the library board know when the library came under the village?
1969 it was built, 1967, 69. I think originally, from the very beginning, it was part of Lodgepole. However, the building was paid for by funds from this Uyghurs and whatever the other one was.
No, it's paid for by funds from Sterling. Yeah.
Yeah.
And from the Nancy. Yeah.
So, yeah, there's more than I do about that.
Just because there's so many different funds, I was just curious when it actually.
Well, I believe that it became a library in 1969 or something like that. 67, 69. 67. And the funds from those organizations paid to build it. And they built it on the Lodgepole deed, they kept the property because that way, because state mandates that if you can afford to as a village, that you give money to the library. So that was why that was all done that way. That's all I have.
I mean, what we should be doing is making exceptions around the ordinances for these different committees. I don't think we should be doing that, right?
No,
We should
that's the whole
represent-
point.
We should represent what the community is.
Right.
I mean, we've had, the king and queen of Lodgepole, wholesaler days. Mostly it comes from farmers
Right.
out in the country,
Yeah.
beyond the city limits. I mean, the ideology of Lodgepole community is larger than the city
Yes.
limits, so.
And having ordinances that match that is responsible for and sustainable. But that's kind of what, leads into, okay, so one, do we feel like that is of benefit to the village? And two, are there ordinances then that need to be changed if we even want that or remove that, right?
Yeah, it's kind of probably multi-step. One, the board agrees that we need to move forward to look at that, and the next one is, once we do that, what are the guidelines, right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
We move forward, this is probably multiple steps. Like,
Yeah.
one is to approve, yes, we do as a board want to change this, and then the next phase would be,
To direct me to
To-
do an ordinance to change that code.
Okay.
So
And then
are-
you'd have to pass that through 3 readings.
Yep.
So are we talking library board, or are we talking library board and board of trustees? What are we talking about?
I was asking for any board that has a
Board, they
restriction.
want to change the board of trustees too.
Yeah, the board of trustees.
The village board of trustees? Is that what we're talking about?
I think we're talking about library board and board of trustees.
Okay. I'd have to look at the board of trustees. You're elected, and I'm not prepared to talk about that. I assume you have to be residents of the village.
Yeah.
The requirement is you're a resident and you're also a voting.
Yeah. I don't think
That
we
would-
can change that.
Yeah, and maybe that's a later down the road. I think that would be something interesting to investigate. I mean,
think you
because
can- well,
yeah,
It's easy to look at. I don't know that you can change. You can maybe change it from 5 to 7 or 3 members, but I don't think, anyway.
yeah,
it's
that's, I
something
think, the next step.
Yeah. I knew there was just something to the village.
That one is,
Yeah, we'd have to look into it deeper.
The concept, though, that we're talking about with this being a benefit in the committees does relate to the Board of Trustees, which is why that's interest of investigating that, but that's down,
Well, the problem I have with that, though, is the Board of Trustees is elected, and it's elected by the voters of the municipality, which is currently the city, within the city limits of Lodgepole. So if I was living at our ranch, then I could not vote for the Board of Trustees, nor could I sit on this board. And I think that would be something that the state would have to change.
that's where it's a big.
Because it would be like somebody from Sterling running for the state senate, telling Nebraska, I'm voting, but I don't live here, how to spend your money.
Yeah.
I think that would have to be changed at the state level.
Most likely. And that's, again, I think
Yeah.
the interest of this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rod, was to bring to attention that there is probably opportunity where we can look at this. Years have changed. Should we consider widening this to capitalize on people in this area to service our village?
Truthfully, the only board that has this requirement that is in the village is the library board.
And I wouldn't have a problem changing the ordinance for the library board. I agree with you that the library does service not just the people that live within our limits, but they serve the entire area. So I would have no problem supporting that at all.
Yeah, I mean, my only thing was just somebody, the community reached out and they wanted me to put it on, discuss as a board, see if there were options we had. So, sounds like the village is kind of a big ask, but the library is something we could look at.
Yeah, library sounds like something we could do now or discuss now. The other one, I think, is something to investigate futuristically, because I think that that same concept could benefit the village.
I respectfully disagree with that.
And that's why this is an awesome country.
Yes, it is.
Okay, moving on.
Do we
Need a motion.
need a motion? Do we want?
If we're gonna change
I
it.
don't know if we can change it without it being.
You can't change it now, but you can do a motion to advise me to start working on, so tell me a little more. To change the library board to allow what? How many miles out, or how many
Rural
people
route.
from out, or
To the rural route.
maybe the library board wants to weigh in on it.
I think the rural route sounds good to me. If it says Lodgepole, if they get mail and it says Lodgepole, then
I suggested that maybe just the whole rural, that the mail delivery goes to.
Exactly.
And that's, huh? No, it's not the county. It's rural.
Just the rural route, the rural route addresses of this, of this.
Because that would include Cal.
Yeah.
A Lodgepole address.
With a lot of
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think we're in agreement on that.
Then the 69149 zip code.
Okay.
We need a motion on that? Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to change the restrictions on the library board, ordinance for residency on the board to limit to the 69149 zip code.
We need to draft an ordinance
Draft
to
an
do
ordinance,
that. Okay.
I'll second.
We have a second.
I'll second.
Kepler.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Lungi.
Yes.
Wilkins.
Yes.
Dykeman.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Discussion and possible action on the duties and job classifications, whether part-time or full-time, and the pay rate for the village clerk position. We have a new job description on what the clerk position, with just the clerk and not the treasurer. And then, that it likely probably will be part-time instead of full-time, or at least kind of gauging it that way. So the description's in here, and so I need to decide about that. And
So Susan, what is, I see what the agenda item says, but why is this here to say part-time or full-time? Is there another reason? Is it because AMGL is doing the treasurer duties?
yeah,
And that's how, okay.
yep. And we need to approve a position description so that if somebody applies for the job, we can say this is what the job description is,
I understand.
rather than muddling along. So. And also telling them that it could be part-time instead of full-time.
And now that I'm wearing this other hat, I'll be able to intelligently advise on how many hours I think this will take. So we can look at it and say, is it a full-time job or is it a part-time job with just the clerk duties? And that doesn't mean to say that if we hire someone and they have this absolutely down, then we could also look at starting to integrate some of the treasurer roles, ultimately having a clerk treasurer again. So this would give us the flexibility to get someone in, get them successful in this, and secure, and then start adding components of the treasurer part back in and them not feel so overwhelmed. I think it's a much more pragmatic approach.
So, is everybody
What are your
agreement
thoughts?
that part-time looks like a better option than full-time?
I think right now it's premature. Let's take a look at this and see. And then, but I think
Well,
right now
but
what
we-
we ought,
But if there's somebody applied, we can give them an
Yeah,
idea.
that's the thing, we've
Yes.
got an open position,
okay,
and then it sounds like we're moving down the road of leaving treasury where it is.
Yes,
okay,
So this is to change our open position.
yes,
okay, yeah,
yeah,
okay,
yeah. So if we're offering telling somebody about the job, we at least need to have an idea of what to tell them.
okay.
Yeah. So,
Pretty much everything minus the treasury.
yeah.
Plus, we'd also have to agree that where the treasurer's at, if we change this to part-time, we're saying
We're
that the
committed.
treasurer is now being subcontracted. And okay with that.
For the time being, that doesn't mean we can't change it later.
No, it doesn't. It
Yeah.
doesn't.
However, we kind of need to think about that, because if
We
you're
do.
hiring somebody for
Mhm.
this, and then,
Well, if we hire them on a part-time basis and they're knocking this out of the park, we can have that discussion about adding the other in, talking with them about that, and then changing it from part-time to full-time. So this gives us the latitude to do that. So I agree with you.
You can create part-time positions with the potential of full-time employment
you can't go,
Yes.
based on
Mhm.
certain things,
you can't go the other way, though.
but you can't go,
Yeah, you can't go full-time and then scale it down to part-time.
yeah.
So starting with a part-time job,
I think that'll open up the pool,
Yes,
number
Mhm.
one.
Yeah.
agree.
AM and Geo's cost hasn't been too bad, and I haven't seen numbers in a while, so I don't even know what.
We're getting our money's worth from them.
Yeah.
I'm confident with that.
yeah, I would just suggest, this description looks pretty good. Do part-time and
Mhm.
start the range being $15 to $18 an hour, just so we have a range to go with and go from there.
Yeah, because we have to post that range.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm good with that.
Can I get a motion to approve the job description with a pay range from $15 to $18 an hour for part-time?
I will make the motion to adopt the village clerk job description, part-time classification, and pay range of $15 to $18 per hour.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
What was the pay rate, 15 to 18?
Yep.
Ready to vote?
Yep.
Dykeman,
Yes.
Kepler,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Rungy. Yes. Wilkins. Yes.
Okay, discussion and action on grant application for the PAC and opening the PAC to the public.
Good evening. How are you? First, I want to thank you for signing the grant, the Keno grant to, Next, we'd like to go after a couple other grants. One is the Cheyenne County Tourism, and the other one would be the T-Mobile grant. I think we brought those up earlier, but we finally got those put together. So we'd like to go after those, and then everything else is ready for us to open. So we're super excited about that. So if you have any questions, I guess we can.
With those grant applications, do you guys need income survey stuff to do that?
Not
Okay, because I know that is
We
in the
do
works.
still need that though.
We are, so that is in the works, kind of a different thing, but it is related to this, to make sure you're not waiting on that. Brandy Stone, Brandy Stone is, yeah, and without a clerk, we're figuring it out.
Not for these ones.
Okay, good. Yeah, so know that that is, but glad that that isn't limited on these two that you wanted to do.
The two two grants, what are they for?
So the Cheyenne County Tourism, that's more of a facility improvement grant. One thing we'd really like to go after is the replacing and installing new exterior doors. I think we looked at some of those. Some of them are just from water or weathering, just kind of wearing away at the seams. Windows, that's another thing we'd like to replace, just more energy efficient. The T-Mobile one will be, it's more of a, what they call it is innovative placemaking projects in rural communities. So a building that focuses on that. Accessibility upgrades, one thing we talked about was maybe some better handicap accessibility. Another key point there would be energy efficiency enhancements, whether that's electrical, whether it's heating, things like that. And then just more interior and exterior improvements. An example of that would be some of just the weathering you see on the outside of the building, just with maybe some of the trim on the windows or just paint, stuff like that. So, and then I guess both of them kind of focus on just making the pack more functional than it already is for events that we'd like to do, and just broader placemaking and long-term community transformation and use.
How much are each of them?
Oh, Gwen's gonna, are you here, Gwen? She, I think
I think one was 25 and one was 50,
Yep.
isn't it?
Yep, that's
25 and
right.
50s.
Yeah, 25 and 50.
Doesn't mean we'll get them.
Doesn't mean we get that much, but,
2,500?
Okay, 25K and 50K?
yeah.
Are those matching
Which one's
grants?
which?
No, they're not matching.
Okay, sweet.
The tourism one was 25,000 and the T-Mobile was 50.
Okay. So that's the max you can get.
We don't know.
We don't know. Those are just stuff that we are applying for.
Oh,
I think
That's what you're
actually-
asking for.
You're
That's what
asking.
we're asking.
That makes sense.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yes, T-Mobile is.
Thank you. With any grant, you won't get
Yeah,
anything
fair.
asked for, but that's,
So
I
that's-
mean, those
yeah,
are
yeah.
our projects are costing, so.
Okay.
Melissa sort of wanted to see what they've given other people.
Cool.
And when you do open, what's that gonna look like to the public?
Okay, so, we will have memberships for the public, so that we can keep the lights on and whatnot. It's gonna be $100 or $120 per individual, or a $200 per family, up to 5 family members. There will be additional family members you can add on to that. But those will be our basic membership fees
And what does that get them?
Year to year.
for the year.
Annual.
Yeah, for a year.
And what does that get them?
Gets you access to the weight room, gets you access to the gym, gets you access basically to the building for fitness and exercise type purposes.
Basically what it was before, and then.
With tech stuff, right?
Yeah, and then
Computers.
you have, so then we added
We have library.
so it's similar to the library setup where
Sorry.
we have access to internet, free internet, things like that. We have that right next to the weight room, so you'll have access to that as well. And then with our other plans, that would include you can work with us on renting the rooms down the hallway or scheduling events, stuff that you can add on to that too. So, we've also talked about if you do have a membership, maybe we have some just membership events where if you got a membership, it's free to a member, stuff like that we've talked about too. So, but as of right now, that membership would just give you access to what it used to be before, pretty much. Few added perks in there.
You'll start doing the membership right away.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, in order to get a key card for access to the building, you have to sign the waiver for all the legal durable crap, and then, yeah, you'll get your key card.
And the other thing to add, your previous key cards will work for the door.
They will. We have to reassign them, so in order to do that, we'll have to actually come to the building, and we don't know what the numbers are. So you'll have to actually come to the building, with the board's approval. I think we're going to do that on February 7th. I'm going to be there, if the board approves us to go ahead and open the building. So
charge for that though. There's a charge for the key cards, it's $25.
I'll replace it, yes.
Well, but even if you're filing for a family, you get the 5 people and a key card, but then if you want more, then it's $25.
Good.
No, I think you lose it.
Oh, 50, sorry.
I have it.
Only if you lose it.
I have it all.
Casey has it all.
That is a
will pay for-
replacement key card fee.
Yes.
That is not an
Yeah.
additional.
Don't think it.
Yeah,
Not
200 for a family.
Just replacement, just replacement.
For 5. That's a really good deal.
So a lot of things, I think first was the grants, right? Okay.
2 grants, and then,
That you own, yeah.
so, can I get a motion to approve the PAC to apply for 2 grants, the Cheyenne County Tourism and the T-Mobile grant?
I'll make a motion for the PAC committee to apply to the Cheyenne County Tourism Grant and the T-Mobile grant using our EIN number.
I'll second that.
Dykeman,
Yes.
Kepler,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Rungy,
Yes.
Wilkins.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as opening,
Yep.
do you want,
Always like to know, what can I, what do you have for questions?
well, you had here tentatively set February 2nd, or February 7th?
Yes.
Okay. Do we need to have a date, or was that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that'd be nice.
Okay, can I get a motion to have the PAC committee open the PAC February 7th to open to the public?
I'll make the motion that the PAC be able to be open to the public on February 7th.
I'll second.
Dykeman,
Yes.
Kepler,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Rungy, Wilkins.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank all of you, thank you guys for us where we are.
Okay, discussion and possible action on the status of the open clerk and maintenance position. Okay, we have interviewed a couple other people. We have another applicant that we want to interview. And then literally just tonight, we got an applicant for the clerk position. So we are still diligently looking for applicants, and so we will keep proceeding. Sound good? Every other?
And now that we have the clerk position approved, I can, if we need to, I can get that posted on the website, and then I think we need to decide how we want to advertise both of those positions. And I would suggest, I know that we had looked at the Sydney paper, but we should also probably include the Chapel paper. And then whatever other avenues the board decides that we should do. I agree with Rod. I think by making the clerk position the part-time, that will open up the pool. And it will, I think it'll give us a different dynamic of applicants, especially when they see the part-time classification and the job range. I don't know what that's gonna do, but I do think it will change that.
Should we just post them for now and see, or go more in depth?
My initial thought was let's post them for right now and see
Just
what
what
we get.
Like,
And then we can always look at that later, because we still have one applicant to schedule an interview with for the maintenance position,
and one for the clerk.
and the one for the clerk. That may change with what we've done tonight,
Yeah.
but I'll reach out to them as well.
Okay. Yep. Sound doable? Any other thoughts? Okay, discussion of possible action on purchasing replacement American flags for the village office in the community hall.
Okay, the flags that were flying at the village office and here at the community hall were in severe disrepair. They have been taken down and folded properly, and they're stored at the village office. We've got 4 now that need to be properly retired, and I am working on that. I've done some research, and USA Flag Company has the 5x8 flag that we would fly here at the community hall and the village office. They're $69.95 each. They're made here in the U.S. It's known for high wind, and it's government grade polyester. And our shipping would be free, and we'd have them within 1 to 2 business days. This is the best price that I've found for a 5x8 polyester flag, which polyester is what we need for our wind and the weather that we have here. And we need 2 of them right now, and I don't know if we want to purchase 2 others to keep in reserve. I would suggest we buy 4 at the same time. That way we always have 2, because I've been very uncomfortable not having a flag on the pole here and at the office. And Preston said the one here, he will service that and make sure we have a pulley and the rope on there, so we don't have to secure it like we did.
So that was the only thing I was gonna add. That was my only worry, that we would get flag and not fix this pole.
No.
We have to be readily available in inclement weather to lower the flags.
And to be able to lower them to half mast or half staff when we need to.
And I talked to Preston, and he says we should expect to go through 2 flags a year.
Of course.
So
He said that's
if,
cool.
if we buy 4 now,
Yeah.
then when we take 2 down and retire them, then we order 2 more.
Yeah.
So I think that way we always have at least 1 per building in reserve.
Yeah. Anybody have any other thoughts, or this sounds good? So can I get a motion to order 4 flags?
I make the motion to reform the American flags for city use.
Can I get a second?
I will second that.
Okay.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Runge. Yes. Wilkins,
Yes.
Dyckman,
Yes.
Kepler.
Yes.
Okay, discussion of possible action on repairing or removing the antenna on the roof of the village office.
Okay, anyone who has driven by the office can see that we've got an antenna up there that's kind of leaning like this, and some of the guide wires are loose, which we get a good strong wind. We don't know where that cable's gonna go or what kind of damage that antenna would do. And I don't even know if it's still functional. But I think it warrants that we at least have it looked at. And if it's a function that we need, then let's repair it. If not, let's take it down.
So I can answer that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So basically what that is, and I don't think this much time working, but what that was that was part of your water plan. They were putting cameras on all the wells and water tower and all that stuff. So all that stuff up on top of there is wireless communication for networking, for camera systems, and for internet access at those locations.
So if you remember looking at the screens in the office, anything external to the office wasn't working. That's those radios on that antenna.
Okay.
And honestly, it just needs to be fixed. We just need to put up a big pole closer to the alleyway. Put up a pole and we'll put them on the alleyway instead. The alleyway's a straight shot.
And then those cameras would be working?
It would take a little doing, but yes.
It's a line of sight technology. You gotta have line of sight, high capacity radios. So, and what he's saying though, we can't do what we did before because it's not stable. Have to put in like a utility pole and bury it something nice and high, which is gonna cost money.
Okay, so then that would be something that we could look at later.
I would say,
Yeah,
yeah,
we made it
later,
now.
is there a need for it? Because it's running the cameras at the 2 wells and then to the tank, right?
Right.
There's a third read, yeah.
Okay,
So,
but that's not something we need right now.
no.
Okay, so we'd be okay to go ahead and remove that antenna there. Okay,
Okay.
I'm good with that. Who do we, is that something we can have Preston take down, or do we need to contract it out?
Maybe you need to do it because you're doing travel reach, that's why it's not already fixed.
So-
So I can reach.
So we need to get in PPD?
Plus it's close to Tyrone.
Okay,
We want them to do it.
I can call them tomorrow.
Okay,
See what-
moving on.
Oh, yeah, I'll check on cost first.
Yes.
Most of the time they'll do those community things for free, just so you know. The PPD will.
Okay.
Free is one of my favorite words.
Discussion and possible action on repairing the heater in the village office file.
They already offered to do that. Okay, so just for the record, they already offered to do that.
Yeah, they'd offered that last year. Okay,
Okay.
Ken, the heater on the file room.
Yep. If you go back to the file room, we've got a heater in the wall there that is not working. And you go from the office into the file room, and you've got between 10 and 15 degree difference. And I don't know if there's any water lines above the ceiling in there, but if we've got a heater in there, I think we need to have it either repaired or removed.
So, we need to look into that. So, if we can look into that,
Okay.
okay, so everybody knows. We don't need a motion to do that.
No, it'd be good to get estimates
Yeah.
and then
Okay,
table it for next.
table it and get motions. So, both of those. Okay, moving on. Discussion of possible action regarding the timeline for the demolition of the old motel. Okay,
So Al brought this up, which is perfect timing to really touch base on this project. To my understanding, to use the grant money that we did receive, it's already in the account. We have till July of 2027 to use those funds. Is that correct?
I don't know what the exact timeline is. It was like 2 years.
Okay. I'm almost positive, but we'll confirm that. We have time, but I did talk to the landowners, and I think what's key here is moving forward with getting accurate estimates. They're on board, like, they're very cooperative, wanting to be collaborative. They do have stuff in there, which it's neither me or anyone to say that it's salvageable or not. It's definitely their stuff, right? So they do want to at least look at it, see if there is anything salvageable. But by May is when all of that is done. Like, Dallas felt like that he'll be able to really determine if there's anything to move, they'll move it. If not, it is what it is. But that May timeframe, I think, is where, that's what he specifically said he feels good on. And then within there, I think we can really start going forward with the asbestos stuff. Like, we have time, but there's also this, just so everybody knows, like, I mean, this is a family who's gone through some stuff, right? And I know that this is something that's been on the docket, and we're making great momentum with these landowners. And that's something that I think is very important to maintain while moving forward with this project. So I think in the interim, we can start running on updated quotes, knowing that this May-ish timeframe this spring, we can start. And as we get closer to that, we can talk about what are some things that really can be helpful for this landowner and even the community. There's probably gonna be a lot of stuff that needs to be dumped, right? And I don't even know even if people can go in and get that without health, you know what I mean? Like, there's still questions, but I think even having dumpsters, having some things to really help with that, and also can leverage within our community if we want to use that as well. So, my biggest question though, and this is something that I know I asked you, Al, and just want to make sure I'm understanding this, and this might be a question for you too, Jerry. I'm still a little confused on who owns that property legally, and then as we start moving forward with this, The biggest thing is there is a cost to this that's gonna be out of pocket from somebody. The reality is they can't afford it, and we can't either. So it's like, how can we figure out what that is? Maybe even look at more grant money to finish and complete this project. But I don't know from a legality standpoint, like, do we own the property? Because in my mind, I would, okay, so how does this work to where, in my mind, if we're gonna do the work, is there an opportunity, it's in
So let
collaboration
me-
with them,
Let me
yeah.
fill in what I know.
Okay.
I don't think it gets us the answer, but
Okay,
first of all, taking one step back, I think we need to make sure the timeline, because what I'm looking at, we applied back in '23, there was some talk in '24, so hopefully it's still good through '27 or whatever.
what happened was, and I don't, if anybody knows more and can provide some clarity, I'd appreciate it, but to my understanding was that didn't go through, but then they came back to us
Okay.
and said, hey, there are funds available. It was really, really rushed,
Okay.
and
So
honestly,
there was some paperwork I see in 2025, May of 2025, that talked about where we at in ownership. So we're gonna assume we're good for another 2 years, but that needs to be double checked.
okay,
So at this point, no, the village does not own it, it's my understanding, that it's still owned by the previous owners. And how the village would come about owning it is to incur those costs to repair. Then we put a lien on the property, and then we would have to foreclose on the property to get it in our name.
okay,
And that's the procedure that is envisioned by the grant,
okay.
as long as we're following that. But that's not an easy process, and that's not one that can be done quickly.
Exactly,
So
and that's
we need
not
to be
one
in
I don't know,
communication.
yes, if the landowner understands that too.
Yeah.
So we need to, the next step that is honestly, this stuff can happen in the meantime as far as road stuff, that's the biggest thing. And working with them to figure out what this looks like in a
Can you-
collaborative way.
Can you email me are we still dealing with the Department of Environment and Energy at Nebraska? Who is the main grant person? Email that person's name so I can make sure we're gonna be ready to go.
You're asking for the contact information of the grant who provided us the funds?
The state, yeah,
Okay, yep,
and
Yeah.
maybe it's right here. There's a Stacy Bubb,
Yep, that's
That-
what I'm missing,
so I just need to reach out to him.
yeah,
That's who we were dealing with in May of last year. So
okay.
I'll work towards that.
And like I said, what's gonna be big too is in collaboration with the landowners based of what I talked with them. They're open to working through this. I think keep in mind, they're also going through a lot of other legal stuff too. So anywhere where we can help, be transparent, do this together is gonna be key, so, okay.
To make sure we have time to do it though,
Mhm.
if he says May, I think we need to set a date, like May 1st, May 31st,
Yep.
whatever it happens to be, but
Okay.
it has to be a timeline because that can stretch out.
Yep.
Where we're at, we're gonna have to go back and check on the bids that we got. We got bids for demolition and we got a bid for somebody to come in and identify any asbestos. Well, both of those are set, but then after that, what's it gonna cost to remove the asbestos if they find it? That's what we don't have money for that. That's where we're gonna need grant money and stuff. So the sooner they can get it cleaned out and identify it, then we know how much money we're looking at to get the asbestos, because they're not gonna go in and clean it up until the asbestos is abated.
Yep.
So I know that they've got a lot going, and so if he said May, then let's
say May 1st
let's
is
put
what,
it
and I
down to
will,
a certain day,
okay,
and then that way, because he was gonna board up the openings and stuff and do all this, and
I get it.
none of that's ever
I get
happened.
it, yeah, we need to, so, and that was based on him, then we'll put it to, yep, May 1st is
Yeah.
when you have the chance to get what you need. and we're
Because
gonna move
it's
forward.
been condemned,
Yep,
and they
that's where-
they don't have an option.
Yep.
We could have went in and done it, we're doing it the right way by working with them. so that it isn't a big deal, but at some point, if they're, you know, the property is gonna be, put a lien on and stuff, because they can't afford to pay for the demolition and stuff, which we had a grant to do, so.
Okay.
We need to make them aware that May 1st deadline, so that we can start doing some of the other stuff that we need to do, and make sure that we have time enough to get all of it done by that deadline, yeah.
Yep, sounds good.
And there's gonna be grants coming, you know, available and stuff, but if we don't know what we're asking for, I don't think we're gonna be able to get funds. Just say, hey, we need some funds, well, how much? You know, what's it for? We don't know that yet, so that's all things we need to find out, so we can get it done.
It is just the asbestos removal is the bid we don't even have one of, right? Okay, but the asbestos, survey, or, investigative side is, okay.
Okay, moving on. Discussion of possible action on allowing dogs in the workplace. Okay. We got information, Julie, when she got information, she spoke with Nate. He informed her that it would be the dog owner's responsibility, not the village's. He also stated that he, with the dog behind the door, there would not be direct contact with the public. I also spoke with Lauren, because Nate is with Fox Insurance. I spoke with Lauren. She did not think it would be excluded from our coverage either, but they were checking with the claims department. And they said Nebraska has a state statute that makes the owner of the dog strictly responsible for dog bites caused by their dog. So alarm would not defend if a dog bites someone. So regarding accommodations, if an employee has a note from a doctor for mental health professionals that says they needed an animal, then the member would have to accommodate, but the member, as in the village, is not liable for any dog bites.
So two sources have said there's no liability from the village.
But the other thing that they told me was, the trouble we run into is, even if they say it's not, it will still come down to the village. We could be still sued, even though.
You can be sued for anything.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Yes. We would, if something would happen, we would still be, or not liable. We could still be sued. Yes, sorry.
But we're
Still
not
could be
liable.
sued.
Could be liable arguably if we knew it was a bad dog and still allowed it in there. They could sue both. They could sue the owner of the dog and they could sue the village.
Yeah. And then, under Nebraska civil law, people with physical disabilities are entitled to be accommodated by their service animals and public accommodations. Service animals, the same way the ADA as service, they ruled service animals are guide dogs, signal dogs, mobility service animals, and other animals trained to do so.
So I think if it's a service animal, you don't have any choice. Otherwise, it's going to be at the employer's discretion, what you want to do.
could, if the dog, could it, if somebody in the public views it as an issue, could it be a problem for the village? Because it's a public building.
It could. Access to public buildings, I don't know, I'm not aware of those kinds of suits. Could be there, there's disability, somebody with a disability, but that's not what we're talking about. So I don't know.
At this juncture, is that a liability that we're willing to take on?
I felt we needed to, since it was, it's still.
That needs to be addressed. It was a complaint from a citizen out of
Yes.
town, so obviously, yes, we're gonna talk about it.
Yeah.
We just have to come up, does it make sense? We allow it, we disallow it, we allow it with stipulation around it. I actually just went through this, we have a new company handbook, and just this month, we allow it, but we had to put a lot of language in our handbook for that to happen. Well groomed, this doesn't stink, this on and on and on and on. I don't think there's a lot of risk if we maintain what we're supposed to be doing on the access of the office. You know, volunteers know, they sign the volunteer form. Public's out on the other side of the wall. I know there's some people working there late at night, and sometimes the dog's a little bit obscured for them at night. If we disallow that, then that won't happen. So, common sense as well too.
So if we allow dogs, then are we allowing them for all employees?
Yeah, I mean, if you allow something for one thing, you have to allow for all. That's true.
Yes.
I don't think it's necessary right now. I think we just know and be done. Otherwise, we have a lot of language that we have to put in the handbook. And what else are we gonna have to do?
Yeah, there's a lot of business we have to tend to get to.
Yeah.
I think we should
Curious.
probably vote.
So
for this
Yeah.
one.
for the time being, okay, so can I get a motion to not allow dogs or pets in the workplace?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Dykeman?
To not allow, so if I say yes, that means to not.
Let's say to prohibit. That
To
makes
prohibit
sense.
animals.
Yeah, prohibit pets in the workplace.
Other than service animals that are required.
Yes.
Kepler?
Yes.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Runge?
Yes.
Wilkins?
No.
Okay. Discussion and possible action on citizen complaint for publicly identifying 3 citizens by name during board comments and alleged concerns regarding fairness and misuse of authority in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. Jerry had suggested maybe having citizen complaints handled by board members and not at meetings.
Well, they can investigate it possibly. I don't know I haven't looked through all these. Somehow you need to come to the bottom of the facts. That's one option.
I'm sorry, Susan, I didn't hear you. What was he asking?
Jerry had just suggested instead of having the citizen complaints at board meetings, that maybe 2 board members go through these citizen complaints and investigate them and then bring them to the board instead of us hashing them out at meetings, because we need to get the meetings more.
That, I would agree,
Control.
but there has to be some rules around that, I think, like the 2 board members don't filter.
Don't what?
They don't filter and decide what to bring to the board. The rest of the board, I would say all has to come, but they bring the facts with them, so we can quickly address, is that what we're saying?
Well,
I think there's,
Or are you saying
there
they
is
take care of
opportunity
it?
for board members to maybe work through some of these by normal conversation, talking through what's problem, identifying if there's ways to solve that without it being a, on the board meeting, like, where we can
yes. Decide, go through them and solve some of them
talk.
without bringing them, kind of like what the clerk used to do before.
What's your thoughts on filtering? I'm curious, or your concern with filtering?
Well, I would say, we represent the community, right? And some people think we represent certain, and others, and
Yeah.
whatever. So I don't want a situation set up where a citizen has a concern based on the smaller, less quorum that's handling these things.
Yeah.
That opens up problems.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we have more complaints.
No, I know.
Yes, so that's the problem. We're gonna end up with a meeting that's
So
not just
when,
complaints.
when the clerk's role did this, didn't they manage and filter and then bring, investigate and then bring to us? What did they do?
If they felt they needed to bring it to us, yes. But they did the same thing with the FOIAs. Because at one point, I never knew we got FOIAs. And so they took care of the FOIAs, they processed the FOIAs, and we never heard about it. So, and the same thing happened with the citizen action, citizen requests. They processed them, they dealt with them, and unless it was something that really they couldn't take care of, they dealt with them, they sent out the letters or whatever and handled it.
So is this something we want to go back to?
Because it's,
I think part of the problem with the sheer amount of complaints is I think the community in a lot of cases feels like complaints aren't getting addressed. I mean, some of these go back to
well,
months.
the thing
So
is,
And
though,
there's some on here that were submitted that we haven't even addressed.
Yes.
but that part of that's because we went through clerks. So
Yes.
since August, we've pretty much not done some of these because we haven't had a consistent clerk to,
Busy,
Yeah.
yeah.
yeah, so, and I think most of these, you know, are from that time frame.
A lot of these seem new.
There's good ones, and there's more.
Pretty much anything since August has pretty much just kind of slid to the wayside. Because we have been playing catch-up on the more crucial things. So,
Well, I know there's one where,
Is this considered, a complaint's considered a custodial record?
yes,
Well, there's one.
now,
Okay.
yeah, but I'd like to speak to one because I'm party to one of them.
no, not until we decide what to do with it.
Okay, well, I was named,
Yeah, I know. and
So-
it's-
Well, there's many on here, so
Yes.
she's
Yeah.
saying, let's wait
Yeah,
to figure
let's
out
wait
what
until
we're
we
doing.
figure
and
out,
then-
yes.
okay,
But yeah, so, yes, he's one of them. So if somebody else wants to take, because we can have two, because he was suggesting 2 people. So if somebody else wants to take it on with him and the 2 of them can go through them so that you feel like there's a balance. Or he can just do it.
If you're involved with one, you probably should investigate.
no,
No, not
someone
that,
else,
yeah,
someone
yeah,
else.
that one is different, but. So what do you think?
I would have no problem going resolve them, and then if that resolution is not
Yeah.
available, then bring it to the board.
And that's what was always done in the past.
I'd have no problem with that.
How was that, how those were handled before? Yeah. Those were handled before. Yeah.
A lot of the citizens' complaints that I saw before were the, dog out or something, not to these levels.
Yeah, these are,
No, this is extraordinary.
Yeah.
I think going through them and breaking them down into something that we can handle, and then the board deciding from that point what action we're gonna take.
We're talking two of us? Is that what we're saying?
Can't be three.
No, that's
Yeah,
cool.
but even if he goes through and sends them off to one other person and says, this is my take on it, do you agree?
yeah, my mind goes to it's as the clerk will, oh my gosh, as the new
Clerk.
role, yep. This is something that's on your plate, and if you need guidance, help, you just lean on one of us.
Or if it's something that can't be resolved,
Right.
then I summarize it, and it would be an agenda item then.
Okay. So we will table item number 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, and Ken will look over those, except for item number 24, and we will refer that on to one of us to look at.
Yes.
Yes. And moving on to item number 29.
Wait a minute, I thought we were gonna address these for this meeting, but that was a going forward.
Yeah, that's where my mind went, since it's on the agenda.
It's on the agenda, it should be addressed.
No, because the other ones are just as important as these. So we will put these aside and have them looked at.
Disagree.
Yeah,
So we will,
These are on the agenda, some of these have been waiting a while, and we have the perception of kicking the can on some, and some are new. So, and I agree, let's make it more efficient going forward, but it's tough getting on this agenda sometimes. So I just think it's fair. I mean, that's just one, so.
I agree.
so the people that have complaints that don't get on the agenda, how are you going to explain to them that they're not?
Exactly what we just talked about. We're going forward, our clerk is gonna work through them, just like it's been way before our time. And if anything that needs to be addressed further, we'll come to the board.
Okay.
But that's what we just talked about, right?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Discussion and possible action on the citizen complaint for publicly identifying 3 citizens by name during the board comments and alleged concern regarding fairness, misuse of authority, and compliance with the Nebraska Open Meetings Act.
With these, are they notified, these people that did submit a complaint, or if there's a complaint on them?
The person filing the complaint doesn't get notified, it's the
Okay.
person that
That is
complained
part,
against.
yep, okay.
Jerry, do you have any input on this complaint?
Which, see it identified, but can you hear and help me pull out of this tile which one that is?
Number
please?
23 should be marked.
Should be item 24.
Yeah, is that it?
Yes.
Okay.
I grabbed it. So,
This whole thing?
What are we asking for, Jerry? Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Asking him if he has any thoughts on that complaint.
You actually read the complaint.
So there were some complaints and they were, last meeting, they were read out loud.
Oh, okay,
Verbatim.
okay.
And there, no names, right? No, there was no names, but the actual complaint itself. So,
And I advise some of the board members, and I advise y'all, I have a full day of depositions tomorrow, 8:30. I'm out the door. I apologize, but that's where I'm at. So does somebody want this to read, or is that what we're doing, or?
Well, when I had asked you, Jerry,
So I think the one thing is having somebody's name identified in the public comment that isn't on the agenda. I don't think that's a violation of Open Meetings Act. No action was taken, I don't think.
no,
So that specific question, I think that's my answer. Other than that, I don't.
okay. I want to make sure before I just said it.
Yeah.
So, because I had asked you that. So, on this complaint, Jerry said that the reference to somebody speaking that person's, any person's name during public comment is not against the Open Meetings Act, because it was not anything that they were taking action. Any other thoughts or comments? Anybody? Okay.
Okay, if it doesn't violate the Open Meeting Act, I think just out of courtesy, I mean, I try not to call a person out by name unless they want to.
Yeah, it may not be best practice.
Right, that's the best
Does it
practice.
violate public meeting law? Probably not.
I don't think it's something we should do, unless that's probably why when they do public comments, they give their name and their address, and that goes on record. So they don't want to be, so I've heard people in the audience ask not to be named. Please stop. So I think maybe as a board, we don't do that. We own it and we don't do it.
Agreed. And that is what this complaint on number 24 is stating, correct?
Yes.
Is to not call people by name in meetings. Going forward, we won't do that?
Agreed.
Okay, is that just for board members and committee members?
You really can't control community members that well. Unless it
Committee.
continues, you can ask them to stop it. The
Committee
board members, committee members?
Committees, which, where's community?
I'm asking a question.
Or, yeah, so when you say committee are you saying in like their committee meetings?
No, I'm
Calling
just
out?
asking if board members and committee members, if they should stop using people's names. If
So
they-
for example, if the library board has to talk at one of your meetings, well, I think you can avoid it, but if it's gonna be negative, then it should be avoided. But you can't avoid, like, the PAC committee saying that somebody opened up the door or something.
No, yep, no.
But in a negative
Yeah,
tone,
no,
that's
negative
probably
tone,
reasonable.
yes, okay, thank you. Okay, yep, yeah.
I think I remember these, and the situation there was board member giving out examples and calling out people to support a point.
Yeah.
And that's probably what they're saying, and that's probably what bothers them. So we just be careful with that.
Okay,
I think I know why. Everything's being recorded, everything in the minutes is being dictated, and you get put in the paper. So some people, I get it.
Yeah.
So, agreed? Yep.
I just find it interesting that your criticizing certain people for using names, but there's other community or committee members that are using other people's names, and it's okay, and they're
I
being
didn't say it
very
was okay.
negative.
I didn't say it was okay.
Okay.
I just saw us trying to address an agenda item, and it was dead silence up here. It's just dead silence, and so these are complaints coming in from the community, and I think as a board, we should talk about it, and I didn't hear anything. So, and I didn't name any names or who said what, but I think as best practice, we probably shouldn't do it. Either way, either way.
Okay, any more comments on this one?
Well, we have another one here that's similar.
Yes.
And I think we can address that one at that time.
Okay, and moving on. Discussion and possible action on a citizen complaint for being publicly identified without being on the agenda during the 10/27/25 library board meeting, and the library board for allegedly concerns regarding voting on an item not on the agenda by placing items in the comments section of the agenda, fairness and misuse of authority in compliance with the Nebraska Open Meetings Act.
Can you show me which one that is?
Okay.
And if there was, so again, they've been notified that this is a complaint?
Okay.
Yes.
You noted, it's been notified? Okay.
The library's already certified.
That one?
So this would be the same thing. Just not mention any individuals that aren't on the agenda.
The public has the right to attend meetings.
Yep. Need to make sure that anything voted on in a meeting is on the agenda, which we have ran into that ourselves. We've had to redo stuff because it wasn't on the agenda. So, anything else? Anybody? You guys have any?
I prepared a written response. No, because we don't agree with the charges, complaint, whatever you want to call it.
And then there's a copy of our agenda and our meeting minutes.
So I guess your position, I assume, is that it was on the agenda and you acted appropriately?
Thank you for submitting your concern regarding the 10/27/25 meeting of the Nancy Fawcett Memorial Library. Your complaint has been reviewed. This board takes compliance with the Nebraska Open Meetings Act very seriously, and the board finds the following. The Open Meetings Act does not prohibit the use of individuals' names during open session when no confidential or protected information is disclosed. The Open Meetings Act does not prohibit the board from accurately documenting factual occurrences during the open meeting, including attendance or the fact that the meeting was recorded by a member of the public. Although I was not able to personally attend the meeting, I have carefully compared the agenda items to the items voted upon and listed in the meeting minutes. All items upon which the board took action are listed on the agenda. Thanks you for bringing your concerns to my attention. Best, Kelly. Cohen? Kane. Okay.
So where my mind goes is this is one that could be just like futuristically, that this comes through, is notified, they provided a response, that goes to that person, closed, right?
I agree.
Okay, anything else? Okay, moving on. Number 25, discussion and cost. That's number 26. Discussion and possible action regarding decision complaint alleged violation of ordinance 19.16 and ordinance 5.08. Okay. Somebody else can take this one.
Yeah, if this involves you, you probably should.
Yep.
weigh in.
So, Ken.
I say if it does.
Yeah, it is. Ken.
Okay. Struggling here without using names.
Yeah.
So this has been a third complaint about some, is it okay if I,
Yes, you can,
okay, about,
because we don't want it in executive session, so.
okay. Just a third complaint about some tree trimmings or trunks and a storage container on Keith and Susan's property at 532 Sheldon. That, as I say, this third complaint, and that there's been no action. The board's been provided with copies of the ordinance that have been highlighted, and the resident is asking that the board take action.
So it's pretty simple. We just as a board have to decide, are there ordinances being broken or not?
Yep.
Yeah, there is copies.
I'll come over here. It looks like for starters, the tree trunks, the tree dump we can't take them to, because the tree dump is too full. If I take them up there, then nobody else in the community will be able to take their trees up there. So temporarily, we're waiting until the tree dump opens. So that's why they're still sitting there. I will decorate them if you want me to, so that they are nicer looking, but that's the only reason why they're still sitting there. Because if I take them to the tree dump, it'll fill your tree dump more than it already is. My containers are, according to this, the containers are accessory buildings, and they are not. They are trailers. They're licensed trailers. The state of Nebraska has them as licensed trailers. Both of them. The other one is, down there, is permitted.
So there, I thought one time you had, I thought there was a prior arrangement or something to remove those stumps, and then said that's not, there's some arrangement, I thought. No?
Well, they were gonna take them up to the tree dump, and then we were asked not to.
Okay.
So I guess my question is, so if that's not open, does that mean this is okay?
Where are they gonna take them?
Oh, there's all kinds of.
I mean, I don't know, like, that's why I'm asking, like,
That's
so,
it.
Originally, the plan was to take them to the tree dump, and then.
Is there not a tree dump, or you can't make it smaller to get rid of them, to then go to Sydney? Forgive my ignorance here, I guess, where I'm going is,
We have a tree dump. The point where we took them down was to take them up there. I paid to take them down. So, I'm not gonna haul them out of town and pay more, when the whole point was to take them to our tree dump.
The person needs to weigh in on.
And I actually talked to Preston the other day, and he said if we take them up there, it's either we put them clear on the side and make a mess up there and be in your way, or
Where are we on?
Preston, we have a question for you.
You wanna weigh in on this about taking any trees up to the tree dump, or the green dump.
I apologize, I haven't heard a word.
I know. That's what- We're talking about the possibility of Mitchell's moving those tree stumps up to the tree pile. Is there a place up there that would accommodate without putting it into the pile?
That's what I've been doing. I've been sorting the big stuff out and repiling it, just keeping the smaller stuff in there.
So can that be hauled to there?
Put up, what do you got, 3 pieces?
5.
Four. They'll have to go up there sometime. I guess.
I thought you were starting to pile the big stuff separate.
Yeah, I've done several piles.
That's where I asked that question. Like, so,
Some people call it landscaping. So we, I'm serious. Dig a big trench, put all the big stuff in the trench.
Here you go.
It's not environmental
this is the.
hazard. Wood comes out of the ground. So is there room up there?
He's just been piling them off to the side, the big
Okay.
stuff, not putting them where we're actually gonna
The
do
only
it.
thing it probably is with us, our equipment will have to hunker up there. I don't think.
I mean, the whole idea was we would wait until we got chicken to carry the tree up, and we would have it there when they took care of it, and then you go on.
You put them in an existing pile, they're still green probably. A lot of it is, so it'd take years to burn it up. By burning the pile, it'll burn a little bit.
It'd still be there.
So we're gonna have that up there burned or buried? What are we gonna do with the tree dump? How are we gonna take care of that?
We're hoping to bury it. We have a bid for burying it.
We're hoping for snow. I don't know if that's gonna happen or not, but.
Trees are a problem here because our place up there really isn't sufficient for what we use it for. 3 years ago, know what happened? It was 1 mile by 7 miles. Because it burns for 2 months.
Yeah.
Wind comes up, stirs it up, and I don't know what else to do, but when I was working full time, I never slept for a month while that was burning. Every time the wind came up, I went up there and checked it out. Even took a fire truck with me a couple times.
Find somebody to dig a hole and start burying
Cool
it.
it down.
But why are we doing, so that's where,
Well, we
I'm
maintain
learning
the
how
tree
to.
dump, don't we?
No, I'm going, let me finish. I'm going
Okay.
back to how to hold accountability to ordinances. That's where I'm going.
Okay.
It's not our job to find solutions for them to figure it out. It's, here's the ordinance, we can have conversation of if that's a challenge, we can figure out. Yeah, maybe there's at least some collaboration, but there's also how do we hold accountability to these? This I'm reading, and it sounds like it's in violation of the ordinance.
Yes.
So, I mean, I'm leaning on you, Al, because I don't know. This is the first complaint publicly, because I wasn't here last meeting. Here's an ordinance that is not abiding here, it's in violation.
The buyers of our tree, they're following, nobody else is allowed.
Oh, this is where like the whole accountability of ordinances is not consistent at all. So it's, why not you, how about them, like that, that's where we need to start holding this equally.
Okay.
Because we had, I mean,
Or as complaints come in.
like when, this is the first, we've been here, what, since April?
April.
It's a blur, right? This is the first ordinance violation that's been in front of me. You think that there's not anybody here with ordinance violations? Like, we just haven't talked about them, we haven't addressed them, we haven't held accountability. So, we have a complaint saying, the third complaint, I don't know, so what is the normal process for this, would be my question to you, Al, because I'm too new to know this.
It's, I mean, we lean heavily on the people you address the problem, you're in violation of the ordinance, would you please clean it up? After that, it becomes kind of a legal issue, which involves a lot of time.
And money.
And we don't have a,
We don't have a code
An officer.
enforcement. If we had somebody on staff that was paid to do that, we could enforce them because we would have that capability within the village, but that's what we lack, is somebody that, when Marshall was doing it, he had the authority to do a lot of that stuff, just like condemning the motel. They were in violation of several of our ordinances. We weren't able to enforce them because of cost and stuff, but when he came in, he was able to condemn it because of the health hazard plus all the other violations and stuff, so.
So is that a specific role that someone helps do that? And since we,
the clerk sends the letters, typically has. And then, well, it depends on what. You're right, on the zoning issues, code issues, then we have Marshall do it. So it depends on what.
gotcha.
So you want us to take the trees to the tree dump?
No, I mean.
No, I'll take the trees to the tree dump. Nobody else can put their stuff up there. I don't care. We don't care. We'll take them up there and stop your tree dump.
Your interpretation of the ordinances.
No, I'll take the trees up to the tree dump. You guys won't be able to use the tree dump anymore. I
I'm
don't
just
care.
asking a question.
No, that's what you just said. We're in violation, so
I didn't.
we'll just, no, because that's what you guys are worried about, is the ordinances. You aren't worried about the public, so.
No, we are worried.
Oh, wait, sorry, let me be clear. Let me be clear. I am worried about the public, because the public sent 3 notifications about this that has not been addressed.
3 notices.
Yeah,
Because she's worried about pinpointing one
we're
person.
equally looking at this. Careful, like, we're trying. They asked,
So there is a circumstance here, they're huge and they're green, I get it. But there is an ordinance in violation. We can
Right.
drag them somewhere where they can dry out. That's not violating the
Right.
ordinance in the street. I mean, that's all what we're talking about.
So if I push them more on my property and decorate them with flower, there's a yard or
What, I'm sorry.
If
there's
we,
a yard or put a flower on.
I don't get where we go from, it's our stuff, then suddenly it's no longer our property, we can't do certain things on our own property.
We've done nothing.
I don't, we try to do stuff with this property, and every time we turn around, you guys are, no matter what we do, it's always a problem, it's always a problem, it's always a problem.
this is the first time I've even heard of this. 3 that have been sent that we haven't talked about, so I don't know, I mean, if you were getting this a problem from somebody else, I apologize, but this is the first address, and I'm looking at this going.
I got 4 or 5 violations on that property a month after we bought it. And it's been a complaint after complaint after complaint on this property and our other properties. So, no, you haven't seen it, but we've seen it. So, that's why this is irritating.
I took the trees out because they were a safety issue for you.
Oh, yeah.
I did.
No, that's.
So, I guess we should have left it up so that we could hear something.
This is where I'm going, is like, it's an ordinance, so I don't know where we say, oh, it's okay.
I'm not
Because,
saying it's okay.
no, that's not, no, I'm
just
saying publicly, like, where we say that this is okay and not.
But I don't know how to, I thought by us trying to mitigate the problem, so we took them down to save the public, but then we get told, stop, don't take them to the tree dump because it's full. So we keep it trimmed, we keep it, trying to make it as, then we were told, get them off the sidewalk. They were a foot on the sidewalk, so we move them off the sidewalk. Oh, that's not good enough, because there was a complaint for that. We did that. Then, now we get a complaint because they are still there. We try to do what we can without actually making it completely a problem.
So then what's next
No.
up?
Well, if you want to talk about
If
ordinance.
there's a plan to move them, like, or, sorry, Ken.
Okay, if you want to talk about ordinance violations, take a drive on the south side sometime and tell me how many yards have broken down vehicles and how many have weeds that high? That's an ordinance violation. What are we doing about that? Nothing.
But that's the problem is, like, we're not doing anything.
We don't have the money to enforce it.
Okay, so all ordinances, then we're not gonna.
My biggest thing about all of that, I don't like, and I keep saying this, I don't like pointing at your neighbor and saying, your yard looks bad, your yard looks bad, your yard looks bad. Go talk to your neighbor. Say, and Rita, seriously.
Please don't use my name.
No, oh, sorry, but I talk to somebody all the time across the fence and say stuff. Talk about how things are. I really don't have a problem with anybody. I would rather talk to you than write a complaint up and say that there's a problem.
That isn't the only complaint on trees. Yours isn't the only one. I gave in another one too.
But I would rather talk to somebody about a problem than write a complaint.
So how about, why don't you draw something up for the board to consider for the next time, a resolution to the problem, and then the board can consider that next time. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
Okay.
Excuse me, but wasn't there another part to that complaint?
That's what I was just gonna.
There is, there's.
Thank you, Jerry.
Yep, say, he's gotta go.
Drive safe.
Thanks, Jerry.
Now, we're on 8:33.
So,
I already stated on
just out of curiosity, so how has it been done in the past? So if an ordinance is not being abided, a letter will go out, say, hey, can you do this?
Can you fix it?
Can you fix it? And then after that, then does a bill go out and a fee?
It has to be taken legal action. It has to go, Jerry would have to take it to court. or
Before that bill is sent out?
Yeah.
Okay.
They have to have a violation actually on record and stuff, and then you can start your fine and stuff, but that's where it comes into plays the cost of doing that each time that we have an ordinance violation. But doing enforcement of the codes has been our problem all along.
It's been
Because
really
we-
hard to do, obviously, for my
It
finance.
is.
It's a challenge, but at the same time, here's what I worry. What I'm hearing is, well, we can't do it, so don't even address it. And I worry with that. Like, wait, what? So then why do we have ordinances if we can't? And yeah, the south side, perfect example. Like, but there's everywhere, and if there's a way that it can be conversational, us actually as a community coming together to try and solve these things together. But where I am not really aligned is us just saying, well, can't really do anything about it. Like, then.
So usually what happens is, there's a violation, somebody turns in a complaint, whatever, we figure out it is a violation, and a letter's sent out.
Yep.
And then typically they're like, oh, okay, I'll take care of it. But then there are circumstances, in some cases, where, there was a safety violation, like you said. Gotta get them cut down, because we don't call them when people find them. They cut them down, no plan to get rid of them. right? Maybe there was a plan, it was tree dump, maybe now the tree dump isn't a plan,
Yep.
but it still needs to be figured out.
Right.
There's gotta be a plan.
Right.
What I'm seeing is heels being dug in
Yes,
and no one working together to get this ordinance in shape.
right,
I see a reluctance, and that's the problem.
Right.
So there's where the next step moves in. We don't wanna go there.
right.
We don't. But the thing is, when heels dig in, there's gotta be a solution. I mean, it's a problem. Those things are, I've seen them. They're huge, and they're green. And maybe we can drag them somewhere to dry out or whatever. But what I'm seeing is a reluctance to do anything, and that's an issue.
Fair.
But we were supposed to be having a plan to take care of the tree dump. But
Sounds like,
if the village doesn't do their due diligence, then why should the community do their due diligence?
Shouldn't the board set an example? Because can you bring up the south side?
no,
Who owns those properties on the south side who have all those vehicles? Have you checked?
There's a lot of
Have you
different
checked?
people that check on the south side.
yeah.
I'm
They're all check
not
again.
pointing out one individual.
No, there are a lot.
Yes, and there's a lot all over the village. So it's not just the south side, it's the entire village. And if we're gonna treat one person this way, the ordinance applies to everyone.
Yeah,
Then
that's-
if we're not going to enforce the ordinances, then what are we gonna do? As a village, we need to knock the garbage off and go help our neighbor. Hey, I found a place where those might be able to go. Have you thought about that? Or can I help you knock down the weeds? Why don't we do that instead of complaining? Let's try to be part of the solution and not part of the problem. Quit the bickering, roll up your sleeves, and let's work together.
Now, where are we?
I remember in April, I do remember sometime when we first got on board that they stood up there and they asked. That was a problem, they asked, and it wasn't a complaint. And then it got ignored, so then a complaint, then another one. So, yes, the town has issues all over the place, and, we should follow ordinances, but it's gonna be a little bit like baby steps, like a complaint comes in because it's, imposing on somebody, or it's causing a problem with somebody else. You address things as you see them on an as-needed basis as best as we can. In this case, like I said, it looks like everybody's just digging in, right? And there needs to be movement. So, like, what's the plan? The ordinance is in violation.
Okay,
The ordinance to do something to address it.
there are tree trunks there. Are they a safety hazard right now? Some people call that stuff landscaping. They do.
Well,
It's on their own property.
Yeah,
Is it a safety concern? Is it an environmental concern?
So Jerry,
we're
Jerry.
good on that one.
Yes, so
Yeah, let's move
now
forward.
where are we?
There's another piece of this, right?
And I addressed that one already, that they are not accessory buildings, they are licensed containers by the state of Nebraska. I already supplied that to the P&Z 2 years ago, when they questioned me on them. They are licensed licensed trailers. They have a valid license on that. And one of them's being rented, that's why it's sitting there. The other one was, it's not now.
Ordinance. An accessory building shall not be constructed for purposing of the following.
What's the
So
definition of
because-
accessory building?
An accessory building shall not be part or consisted, may be located near accessory building. So you're saying it's not an accessory building, it's a trailer, so that's not void.
Yep. Because those two trailers have been moved 5 or 6 times since we got them.
I think what we need to do is, at the earliest possible date, if we have a bid, to dig a big hole at the tree dump, get that filled in, start over, and allow the Mitchells to take that up there so it
And we're
can
done.
dry out.
We're not solving that solution right now. We have so many other things to talk through. Like,
So until then, they have to stay there. I don't see a problem
there's a
with it.
plan that was just discussed. She's gonna describe a plan if she needs help, we'll figure
Okay,
that out.
that
But
works.
That's done.
Okay,
Like, we're moving
let's
on.
move on.
Yeah. I don't know how to address this one. Al, your thoughts? You know more ordinances better than I do.
If it's a license, if they have a license on it, then it's not a permanent structure. It's be no different than having an enclosed trailer.
Okay.
By definition, it's not a permanent structure if it's on wheels and is licensed. If it was unlicensed, that's different than, as far as maybe Adam could enlighten us on
It's like, I thought you weren't supposed to say names.
that. Are you asleep?
If it's on private property and it's not licensed, I have a jurisdiction on it. If it's not a public street, then yes.
It's licensed, and it's on private property. So it's a trailer, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So that complaint sounds like the first ordinance, we have a plan. Work through a solution to help with that, because there aren't a lot of really good ones. The other one is not violation of ordinance, is what you're saying.
No, as long as it's licensed, that's a technicality.
Okay.
Okay, then moving on. Discussion of possible action on a citizen complaint for alleged concerns regarding fairness and misuse of authority regarding charging for FOIA requests. What is this one? What is this one? Okay.
Where is it?
You haven't had it in.
Where?
Because it was a one page. It was a one page.
I don't have it either.
Is it this one?
I think so, yeah.
Oh. I don't think it's in. But
It's not.
we can guess for much. Well, it's not in here, but we know what it is. Technically, we are working through that one currently with the information we're doing.
Yeah.
with Region. So,
Can you say that louder so we can hear that, please?
We are currently working on that one with the Attorney General. Is that good enough? Anything else with that one, anybody? No? Okay. We will wait for,
Actually, I do want to go back. I just want to confirm I'm understanding that correctly. I was thinking that that was one, I don't have it in front of me, but
Yeah.
is this one relating to making sure fairness across the board for FOIA requests in charging? That's where my fairness, yes.
I think so.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
So where my mind goes is because of, and FOIA requests have come in from a lot of people, right? And with our limitation with really help and the amount of time it takes, FOIA requests are the person's right. But there is a point in time where it does take a lot of time and we don't have that. So what we realized is the state of Nebraska, I wish Jerry was here to confirm this, that we can, after a certain amount of hours, If more come in, we can figure out how much that's really going to cost the village in workload and bill that. And that is to happen equally. If there's anybody who sends multiple ones that's hit over 8-hour threshold, that we then say, hey, these other ones that if they come in past that threshold, we have the right to bill that. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
Now, the way that is written, and I have the documentation, I'll have that in the office first thing tomorrow morning, is that the 8-hour threshold is per request.
But that's
Now,
where we have some discrepancy. We're trying.
and we're working with the AG on that, but right now, it says 8 hours per request. Now, if there are similar requests, they may be combined, aggregated.
Yeah.
They may be aggregated, and if those aggregated requests exceed the 8 hours, then you may charge for that aggregated request. Now, starting tomorrow morning, we are going to implement a FOIA control log, which when I put in the date received, it will automatically show me the date that it has to be responded to, any other committees or agencies that have to be contacted, and it will also, as I'm doing FOIA requests, it will be annotated on the form how many minutes it took, and that will be put into the control log, and that will automatically start deducting from the 8 hours per request. So, with us and the AG, this is something that will be rectified, but it's not going to be overnight. So until then, as the records custodian, interim clerk, whatever you want to call me, I'm going to go by the documentation that I have, and I'm going to look at the 8 hours per request, whether aggregated or not. And everything will be annotated on the document on each request, and that will be available for public review.
Sounds like a good system.
Because I plan on the FOIAs are going to be #1 priority in addition to keeping the lights on and the bills paid.
We should have, we should have some clarification on that too, from what I was doing this morning and having to send for Jerry to send to the AG. We should have some clarification on that. So.
And I have some questions on that when we get to that. Okay.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing was, yes, fairness, have a system, still in works. It is not to a certain person, it is truly across the board.
It is across the board. Every request will be treated equally.
Yep,
Because
perfect.
Jerry said the same thing, we need to do the same for.
Okay.
Okay. Discussion of possible action on citizen complaint for alleged concerns regarding the library board's failure to address numerous complaints, dereliction of duty and misconduct and conflict of interest. I don't know what that is either.
We never got a copy
We've
of
not
that complaint.
received that.
Oh, so it's okay, I don't even
So
know.
do you know what that is?
I'll have to look at that in the morning.
Yeah, well.
Because these are really serious charges.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
no,
I
it's
will
okay,
look at
I'm
that
looking
when I
at
get
it
in
going, what
office
the
in the
heck?
morning.
Unless that was,
Because these are charges that we need to discuss with
Okay.
Jerry
yeah.
to take legal
I'm not
action
sure.
against.
Yeah, because,
Once-
even the fact that it was put on the agenda, like we did something like that, it's not.
Okay,
We never
well-
even saw a complaint, we don't even know what you're talking about right now.
Sounds like we don't either.
So-
Okay, well,
We're gonna
I
table
will
that one,
find out,
because I'm
and
not
I'll make
sure.
sure that everybody has,
Yeah.
once I get the information.
So we are tabling that one. Okay, discussion and possible action on Orion's Electric's bid on the water tower wiring and tornado siren update scope of work due to the change being done by NPPD.
Okay, Jeff Goble with Orion Electric. We approved him to do the wiring on the water tower and on the tornado siren. He did contact me and he said the NPPD is not going to use our underground wiring at the tornado siren. They are choosing to put overhead lines up about 20 feet up the pole. So he has to get more supplies or more equipment so he can work on the tornado siren. And that caused his bid to go up by $585. And Preston, we're also going to need the bucket truck when he's ready to do this, and I'll let you know once it's approved.
What underground are we talking about?
At the pole for the siren.
Just from the pole over to the controls?
Yes.
I don't say it's fed by overhead, but.
NPPD says that they can't verify the integrity of the underground wiring, so they're electing to put their own up overhead. So, the $585 needs, this new bid needs to come before the board for approval. And then once it's approved, I'll get a hold of Jeff and we'll schedule to when both of those can be completed.
Can I get a motion to approve Orion Electric's bid on the water tower wiring and tornado siren updated scope of work due to the change being done by MPPD?
I'll make that motion.
A second. Oh, we don't have one, oh, you're taking it.
I'm doing it.
Sorry.
Second?
Yes, sorry, it's,
What funds will this
yeah,
come out of?
electric.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
We asked
So
that
the-
question originally, and I believe it was electric.
So it's an additional $585 is what
Yes.
you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
From his original bid, he never increased his original bid.
No, he didn't.
So, but we haven't paid this $39.95?
No, he hasn't done the work yet.
So there's two birds here, one stone, and the other one was those exposed wires.
Yep, he's gonna fix them both,
And then come out and do that.
Yep.
Are we okay in whatever account?
So that's where, I'm gonna be honest, I'm extremely frustrated that we have no visibility to our financial needs. It's not in here. I have no idea how much we have. Yet we're saying yes on thousands of dollars, yes on this, and that's why I hesitated. You all could feel where I'm like, I don't know how to vote on this, and the reason why is because I have no like this is, it's frustrating that that's not in front of us. And we invested a lot of money lately to have our books reconciled. This should be in front of us. It's been asked since and I know that we're new and I know we're piecemealing, but it's crazy to me that didn't feel like a priority to be in here.
Well, and I sent it to you. It's the
You
same-
said how much we have in our accounts?
The same stuff I sent you before. The spreadsheet he sent us, it's the same as it was.
So how much?
The amount of time that we have spent trying to get this all together, excuse me if I haven't gotten everything in there.
It's hard for me to sign off on $3,900.
This amount was approved 3, 4, 6 months ago.
Okay, so this is an additional
$585.
Yeah.
It is, I'll be honest, I feel extremely uncomfortable saying yes to things. I don't care if it's another $20 a month to hiring an interim clerk to $1,000 here, $508. I have no idea what our bank account has, guys. I just want you to know that. And if I were to ask anybody here what's in our bank account, would you be able to say that?
It should be on your agenda.
It should be. That's scary.
Every time.
And
Well, today I would have been probably trying to do other stuff, but I spent time having to answer questions because I kept getting questioned about stuff that.
we'll talk about that in a second, the board
But
comments. Yep.
I literally, every time
So-
I run around in circles.
I don't feel comfortable even like voting for any more you guys can continue. I'm not gonna vote on anything financially.
Okay, so,
We're about done, so what's another $585, right? But coming from somebody who's really passionate about the money, I'm just surprised that none of us have any idea. And we're sitting here going, yep, okay, and I'm just saying, I'm not comfortable with that.
well, I got a motion on the floor.
Whose fault is it? Why did his fault get there? Whose fault is that?
Reach out to AMGL. It's just as easy for you to
Why
reach
don't
out to them
you
as everybody
ask-
else.
So you ask me questions that are,
We're gonna talk about that in a second.
Order!
yeah, so, I got a motion on the floor. Dykeman,
I'm not voting.
I need a yes or no.
I'm gonna abstain.
Okay. Kepler,
Yes.
Mitchell, yes. Rungy,
Yes.
Wilkins.
No.
Okay,
These are all safety concerns too.
They are.
This isn't something
I get
that
it. I-
isn't just a random.
But I'm one
deal.
vote, so you guys can, that's where I'm like, I just vocalized, I'm not comfortable. I haven't been comfortable from the beginning because I have no idea where we're at on the financial state and all the money that we're spending on stuff. So I'm only one vote, Al, and I can't abstain.
it's,
You can, I'm just telling you that
Yeah.
this is not just a one deal.
I get it.
This is a need deal.
I get it.
It needed to be done a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And we just let it go.
Yep.
And we could have had some serious consequences because of it.
Yep.
So it's time to take care of it. Where the money comes from, I think we can figure this one out.
Yep.
Any of the other ones, I can say, yeah, you can justify
Yep.
that. but
and
These need to be done.
Yep.
I just, discussion on possible action on the maintenance update. Preston, do you have a maintenance update?
I'd just like to say, I'm not working 40 hours a week, maybe 20 to 25, so what I've been doing is checking the wells, cleaning the sewer grate, making sure there isn't a spike in our pumping, so there's a water leak. I do a lot of little things. On the board for the deal there, pushing up the tree pile. The sign hasn't been up in 2 years, so I'll put it up, put that up, hand it in. Water meters, we got probably 4 to 6 that need replaced, but I've been saving that for the new guy for training. I mean, if I do it, it ain't gonna help him a bit.
Right.
And, what the size of the flags are you buying?
5 by 8.
That's
The
2
same-
of these by this long.
The same size that we took down.
No, they're 4 by 6.
4 by 6?
Yes. You put them up here,
Thank
and I
you.
put up ahead of
Yeah,
that.
sure. Thanks, Chris, that's a good catch.
And, what did you decide on the, communication tower?
We're gonna have NPPD take it down.
Okay, and not worry about it anymore? Okay. What else do we got here?
I thought you said you were gonna, at a later time, put up a pole.
Possibly, yeah.
We got the poles, we got 10 of them.
And they were gonna do it potentially, right?
We were gonna see if we needed those cameras, communication where they're going, and if we did, that was gonna be the solution.
Back to the tree pile. If we could get a dozer, maybe the county would do it for a fee, push it all the way in. It's gonna have to be done before you light it on fire anyway, because it's 12 foot high or more. And there's a hole in there that would fit in before you burn it. Servicing the backhoe, I think it'd be wise underneath and looking, and there's the wire of the hydraulic lines are showing. So I would recommend to have Murphy Tractor pick it up, do a 2,000-hour service on it, you know, fluids, I mean, you don't have to do the engine, but the fluids, filters, hydraulic lines, leaky cylinders, then you're good for another 2,000 hours. You know, it runs good. Tires are gonna be a problem probably the next year, but, you know, if you don't keep the stuff up, you know, the seat's broke, you can't hardly sit in the seat, you know, it's just little things like that. If you keep it up, it don't cost so much, but you let it build, you don't have to trade it off. Cold mix, I know it's available. If you allow me to buy some, or right now is a bad time probably to put it down, but this street right here, if we don't do something with it, just we'll tear it up and go back to gravel. You know, there's holes that deep in it and stuff, and along the edges, it has to be taken care of. I don't know how the road and street fund's like, but if there's any money there, we better use some of it. I guess that's all I have. Leave the tables and chairs and I'll put them away in the morning.
Thanks, Preston.
Thank you.
Thank
I would suggest we figure out what's in the road and streets, and then let Preston get some estimates on cold mix and getting the backhoe service so we can keep it going. Because most of the money that comes in from the street and roads has to be used for that. So the backhoe would come underneath that, and the cold mix would too. So that's money we can't use someplace else that is gonna, you know, like you said, if it keeps going, and we just want to tear it out and start over. So.
Yep. Okay. Okay, discussion on possible action on clerk update. I updated you on the audit. We have been keeping up with putting all the payments that come in. I think we've gotten the claims all going. They're kind of cleaning up stuff as we go. Ken's got something with the security camera.
Before I mention that, I want to thank Casey and Alex, Jamie, Al. We went to the PAC this last few days, and I'm very happy to report that all of the documents that were moved up to the PAC from the office have been successfully moved from the PAC back to the office, and they are secured. The other thing I have, our camera system in the office is experiencing a system fan failure. Now, the fan that we need for the piece of equipment is $34.77 on Amazon, and I can replace it at no charge. So I'm going to ask the board if they will authorize us to spend $34.77 plus shipping and whatever tax it is to let me put that fan in so we don't have a total system failure and we lose the cameras.
Do you need, okay.
That's all I have.
Is there like isn't there like isn't there a budget for clerical stuff that he can just run with? Like,
yeah, I just told him to include it, we just figured it out today, so I said, just come tell us about it so we know that he's doing it.
So I just want to be completely
I
upfront.
appreciate you finding a solution to get that fixed.
Yeah. Okay, so if we're okay with that, then I'll order that tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah,
That's all I have.
I think that was all the clerk stuff, because I got that update. Anybody have any questions on stuff that was going on in the office? Since we discussed a lot of it earlier. Clarify anything? Okay. We're moving on. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda, which includes May 4th regular meeting minutes, November 4th regular meeting minutes, November 13th special meeting minutes, December 2nd's regular meeting minutes, December 29th special meeting minutes, January 6th regular meeting minutes, and the claims.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
I'd like a few minutes, just real quick.
Okay.
There's a couple ones I need to go through.
And the claims, you're talking about the ones that were sent out this afternoon?
Yeah. Yeah, because I put them on your desk. Hard copy thing. Should be a separate side to it.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think that was, yeah, so that's normal, right? The
Yeah,
IRS ones,
yes.
that's the only question I had.
Yeah, because that's, we're doing information. And then, you can have it.
That's the email.
Yeah.
That's where, nice, like, it was really knowing when expenses are coming out at certain time frames helps us with if we're all right spending. Like, cause right now it's tight. That's what I mean, like, right now it's tight, which is why I'm sensitive to this. Like, there's a lot that has been going on. I mean, that's not until, oh, it's all of them. So the total expenses that went out this month?
No, that's 2 months.
2 months.
Yeah, because we didn't have claims in January, so that's January then.
$119,112.25 is what has been going out for 2 months. That's why, like, right now, it's, the expenditures is real, all these things are, but it's the timing, right? It's almost like cash flow stuff. And Q1, I'm learning, in our business is sensitive. So expenditures, at this time, we're almost $120,000. Oh, that's not including payroll, my bad. So $131,559.56 went out this month based on 2 months of expenditure. So forgive me for like being bold at the end of the meeting, because it just was boiling and I'm like, I have no idea and I felt uncomfortable. And for something that, yes, is important, but I just want everyone to understand $131,000. Okay? No idea where that came from. Okay? And I would like, at some point, for us to spend, I would, and raise my hand, we have business people on this board who can help with that. And we have now a company who has cleaned stuff up, so we know we can figure this out together and really understand what this looks like from a cash flow perspective. From utilities coming in certain times versus expenditures going out, and these key things that are huge. $131,559.56. The only questions I had were $7,000 and it was tax stuff, really. IRS tax withholding stuff. Is that based on income? What tax is that? For the IRS?
Payroll withholding.
Okay, thank you. That's what it had to have been some type of either, obviously we're not making that much revenue to probably have that. It was withholdings, okay.
It's 42 and 43.
Okay. Do you have any questions on it?
Okay, so, Ken, Most,
Yes.
can I get a second?
Second.
Eichmann,
Yes.
Shepherd,
Yes.
yes. Runge,
Yes.
Wilkins.
Yes.
Okay. Chair comments. Thank you everybody for coming. I still seriously struggle because I am wanting us as a community to work together, and I do not want to feel like I'm not going to call my neighbors out. I am not going to sit here and I know that people are talking about me and my husband and what we do. I will defend myself and my husband and our business, but I am not going to sit there and talk about everybody else or what they do or them, because that's not who I am or what I want to be. Because we are a small community, and unfortunately it is really hard in a small community not to talk about each other. But I prefer not to do that, because we are each other's neighbors. And if you want to know something, just come talk to us, to me, or talk to each other. We don't live in our world anymore doesn't encourage people to talk to each other. They'd rather talk on their phones. And I prefer to talk to each other. I don't get that much time anymore between all of the different commitments I'm on, but I gladly talk to people. So please, if you hear something and you're not sure, or if you think you know something, come talk to us, because we are not scary. We will not bite. Even if you hear, we will. I am trying very hard. I make mistakes. We try to fix those mistakes. So please, I do not have my own agenda. So that's all I have to say. Board members comments.
I got it. Well, thanks everybody for coming. Hope you can hear me over that. What?
So you have to yell.
So, this is regarding agenda items, and I'm not going to comment about the subject of the agenda item. I actually put in for a couple agenda items, and I have never put in an agenda item for something I wanted to do. It's usually a reach out, somebody calls me, a number of people talk to me and say, hey, this would be great. So there's a couple things I wanted to put on, and we talked about one was the voting restrictions, how you can be on a board. That's great. The other one was, it was something for the board to discuss, the Wellhead Protection Act, just to talk about it, where we're at, what we're doing moving forward. I haven't heard anything about it for months, so I put it out there. So that's not the issue, and actually the reasoning for it to be pulled off I actually agree with. But what had happened was, I'll just read a quick timeline here. So on January 21st, I sent out a request with the 2 items on there. I didn't hear anything back. On January 26th, I believe Kim sent out an email and he said, hey, I'm gonna put the packet together. Here's the agenda the way it is today, and none of my items were on it. So, no, that's fine. So I responded and said, hey, my stuff's not there, and no one's response from the board. Ken did respond fairly quickly and said, well, Susan is working on your items. I have not forgotten. So about that afternoon, I got an email from the chairman. Board members, I'm removing the wellhead protection from the February meeting. We'll have a special meeting to educate the board and community. Not everyone with an expertise can attend. That's fine, the reasoning's fine, I agree. My problem with this is, not a single board member can control the agenda. It's usually in a grant, or it's like, hey, you know, we really should be on the agenda, but my response to all this, again, like the next day, I didn't respond to that email. The next day, on January 27th, Ken didn't respond again. Saying something to the fact that he, you know, Susan's trying to ask for this, she just wants your feedback, nothing else. So far I haven't heard from anybody on the board whether they disagreed with it or not. I heard from the chairman and her reasoning, but she said, I am removing this. So I responded, I'm just going to do that real quick. The reasoning given below to remove a topic from the agenda is valid. However, one board member does not dictate, nor it is within the authority of the chairman, from the research I've done, to single-handedly remove a topic. I heard nothing from any other board members besides Ken, which from past experience on this thing meant agreement. Ken's email is not directly taking a stance either way and asking for our thoughts on the chairman's behalf. The highlight of my response is not the topic's content. This response is illustrating self-will and unfair representation of all board members. That's all I have.
Can I address that one?
Oh, that's fine.
If you ask to have something on the agenda, you're not asking all of us to have it on there. So what's the difference? If you ask to have it on there, you're not asking us to have it put on there. So by you asking to have it on there, and I removed it not because I removed it and not, I removed it to have it put on another meeting. It wasn't like I was removing it and not letting it be on a meeting. So I'm really confused by the whole thing.
Just like I said, I agree with even your reasoning on the email response, why to remove is fine. The point is, it's that you said, I'm removing it from the agenda. I'm removing it from the, if you would have said, hey, board, I don't think this should happen, blah, 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 then I would respond. I responded later, and you gave me the same reason you pretty much did, why to take it off, and I agreed with him. But one person responded and said, I'm taking that. That means one person controls the agenda on this board. That's not fair representation, because there's certain people in the community that are relying on us, each of us, to get stuff on the agenda. When one person takes it off, I'm removing it. You know, and that's what happened.
If I have to watch how I write emails, no, because I was on the phone when I called Ken. I called him because I was busy. And I said, Ken, would you send out this email? Because, and I told him why. I said, Ken, the people that we were going to have come talk about this can't make it. Would you send an email and just let everybody know that we're moving this to a different meeting, and we'll have a special meeting so everybody can come? I didn't even correct, that's what I said. So it wasn't a matter of it was more, hey, will you send this out so everybody knows why we're doing this? I'm sorry that it wasn't worded specifically so everybody was kumbaya about it. I'm sorry, forgive me. I didn't realize I was going to offend you because I didn't word it.
It's not
particularly.
I'm not
That's how it sounds like it. So I'm sorry.
I'm talking about representation, fair.
But that's, am I?
That's fine.
I'm sorry, because that's how I'm taking it. So, go ahead, Jake.
So this is, I felt like it's probably best that I write this down because I want to be transparent with everybody. This is something that, perfect opportunity for us, all of us, to say, hey, these are things that I didn't feel was quite right. Let's make sure we do this together. This is a letter and what I want to publicly say, so that people are in the loop of something. And I'm just gonna read this. Susan, it's gonna be directed towards you, the board, but specifically, this is towards you. I'm speaking directly to you tonight because the public deserves to understand what has been happening behind the scenes, and because this weighs heavily on both my mind and my heart. I want to begin by addressing the FOIA hour estimates issue, or project, I should say. This issue started when one individual submitted a large number of FOIA requests in a short period of time that created a significant burden on our village staff and resources. The board agreed that the village would calculate and charge for the actual hours required to fulfill those requests. You were part of that decision, and in writing you specifically instructed, and I quote, Rob, add an hour to every one of the village FOIA requests, as there are a lot of clerical time besides research and record keeping, plus an hour for the clerk for the library FOIA. She has to record their information in the system for records keeping purposes for the library stuff. You, along with Rod and the clerk at the time, participated in establishing a final total hours and presented that information to the board for review. The board was given the opportunity to ask questions, and those original hours were reviewed and then agreed upon. After that, you and Ken independently re-reviewed those same hours to confirm they were related to only FOIA requests and not questions. So we weren't charging an individual based on questions, they were actually FOIA requests. And with that understanding, you both came to a conclusion to reduce the original amount of hours by approximately 66%. I will not state the total number of hours, but where you and Ken landed represented a 66% reduction from the original number of hours that had already been approved upon by the board. When Rod and I asked for clear and itemized justification for that reduction, we were directed to a spreadsheet that did not explain these changes clearly. Showed an hour that was removed from nearly every request, including the very hours you had instructed Rod to add originally, and even included the removal of a specific FOIA request that was part of the total original hours. Our questions were never directly answered, and your responses, they ultimately went silent. Despite the lack of board alignment and unresolved concerns, you then proceeded to instruct our attorney to notify the Attorney General that the FOIA hour estimate had been significantly reduced. I only discovered this after contacting Jerry to ensure he had what he needed for the 10-day deadline. At which point he provided me a copy of the letter reflecting this change per your direction. I only had visibility to this because I specifically requested for it. A board-aligned decision was altered and communicated externally by you without full board agreement or transparency, at a time in which board members, including myself, were actively requesting additional information and clarity in which you just ignored. This is not simply about FOIA hours. This is about leadership, process, and trust. Decisions are being made without board alignment. Questions are being avoided rather than answered, and a small number of board members are left to uncover actions by you after the fact. This takes time and resources away from serving this community and creates confusion and division instead of clarity and cooperation. Susan, the recall process now underway will cost this village thousands of dollars. Money that will be taken directly from a small and limited community budget and paid by the taxpayers of this village. More importantly, it reflects something deeper. Many in this community are asking for change and for this board to move forward in a new direction. They are asking for leadership that restores trust, reduces division, and brings neighbors back together. Leadership is not about holding on to a position when it has become a source of conflict. Leadership is about recognizing when the needs of the community must come before personal pride. This community is asking for healing instead of hostility, unity instead of division, and transparency instead of turmoil. For the sake of this village and every resident who calls it home, I urge you to truly listen to what this community is saying and to consider the role you can play in allowing this board to turn the page, rebuild trust, and move forward together.
I didn't start the FOIA debacle with the lawyer. You guys did. You guys contacted him behind the rest of our backs. So don't start talking about all of that. Because I didn't contact him and ask him how we could stop the FOIAs.
That was not what the request was. It was how we could manage energy and time. What could we do? But what you did was you changed them. We had questions after you told to add hours. And then you sent it behind, really it felt like behind our back.
No, because Jerry gave me specific instructions on what to do. So that's what I did.
And I really would have appreciated transparency and clarity
I
because
did, because I actually sent it to you all and said, this is what we did, and I wanted your constructive feedback. Instead, I got accusations. That's
the feedback would have been the feedback in the hours that I provided in the original plus the after, never added to that. And that's where I was saying, hey, where is this? Show me this, because you're wanting feedback, it's not adding up. And this is just another example of these things that continue to happen where there's not clarity, and it takes a lot of energy digging that. And I feel like as a board member that I want people to know this, and also me as a caring person of this community. And this is why this is heavily on my heart and hard to say publicly. And I said what I needed to say.
The problem is, you guys are so dead set against the FOIAs that that's all that taints your vision. Because if on everything else you guys will work with me, well, a lot of the stuff you don't even message us back. But when it comes to the FOIA, you're instantly wanting to answer. So that's my frustration. I actually went through and did we spent a lot of time working through those, doing what we were asked. It wasn't like, I am sorry, when I did the FOIAs and you sent them and asked me, I was busy and I was frustrated because of all people to look at the FOIAs and give time were people who never did a FOIA before. You hadn't worked FOIAs. So I was a little frustrated, and I shouldn't have answered the way I did.
No, we all had a part in it, right?
We all did.
We all had time.
No,
we all had a part in it.
like,
So I did what I knew, like the hours it took, like kind of what just me, and that's why I sent it over. So everybody
we were all
could
involved
say,
in that.
hey,
The second change, though, we weren't, and
you wanted
instead.
it done, and you wanted it done immediately because you were sending it to Jerry that afternoon. So I didn't have time to go through it. And
I sent it
did
out
miss
to
one.
all the board before.
You could have told me that. Like, that's where I had no response, and then I find out that it was sent, and I'm like,
I had sent it and I responded, but I didn't miss it. It took me quite a while to figure out where the disconnect was, because as we figured out, unless we speak, we both. Yeah, so because we weren't speaking, I was missing it, you were missing it, and we weren't connected.
This is why
It
I'm
took me
speaking.
like a whole day to figure out where you were missing the one. Because I'm like, how the heck is she not seeing the one? Well, then I figured it out because my title and the title that he had listed were two different titles. It was on that paper, but there were two different titles because they're titled different. Yeah, if you go back and look on them, that's why.
The biggest where I wanted to bring this to light was the change. Obviously was not aligned with it because I didn't understand. And that is a significant reduction, and you just sent it anyway.
Yeah, I didn't send it because he didn't actually send it for like 4 or 5 days. 'Cause I kept waiting for you to give me more information.
I have the letter from him with the update.
Yeah, but no, he came back to me like 3 or 4 days later and asked me, okay, do we do it? And I said, yeah, I haven't heard from anybody.
There was a whole bunch of communication, like clarification.
I didn't hear from him for like 3 or 4 days after her and I quit talking. So I was...
Okay. Wow. That's the only comment.
I have one thing. Can we, since we have an accounting firm working full-time on our books, can we get an update from them? So to Jamie's concerns and stuff, that we have an updated account or where we are on our accounts, since we've got everything balanced and stuff, we should be able to get a printout from
Well,
him.
once-
Just make that a priority,
yes.
that we get that, so that, and
Once-
share it with the board, and then we can share it with the.
You'll
with
be
the
able to
community.
get us actual stuff with the QuickBooks, so.
We need to get that done.
Yeah, yep. Ken, you got anything? Are you good?
No.
Okay. Then, next board meeting, Tuesday, March 3rd at 2:26 at 5:30 at the Lodgepole Community Hall. Meetings adjourned at 9:39.